welcome to Warner Park. It's the final round game between the Leewards and Barbados. Middle of the table clash. The coin is with the Leewards captain, Mr. Cornwall. Heads is the call. Heads it is. Barbados has won the toss, and Captain Brathwaite, what will you do first?
Yeah, we're going to have a bowl. Obviously a good pitch, probably a little bit of moisture, so we try to utilize that as much as possible and put obviously Leeward on a bit of pressure.
What about your final 11?
But we have two guys sick, Shem Holder and Dominic Drakes. They're not well. They're currently at the hospital, so obviously those two out. So
Okay.
Shaki Combat, who hasn't played a game for the season, he will play his first game for the season.
Thank you very much. Go well.
Thanks.
Cornwall, you lost the toss, but you're having a bat. Your team?
Just one change. Hayden was Junior is out and Daniel Durham is in.
Doran is in for the final game of the season. You're middle of the table clash, looking to move up.
Yeah, it's just one more game of the season. Just looking to put our best foot forward and try to get a win out of it.
Well, we wish you all the best. Go well.
Thank you.
That's it. Barbados won the toss and decided that they will bowl first. So when we return, we'll have cricket from Warner Park.
We were about to see the commencement of the match. Barbados coming up against the Leeward Island. Of course, today starts the final round of matches in this year's competition, in the West Indies competition. And this, of course, is a day-night match scheduled to begin at 1 p.m. And I say good morning to Carlisle.
Very good morning to you. Final game. It's a middle of the table clash between Barbados and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And we said good morning, but it's actually afternoon. We are so accustomed to starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. But this is a day-night game at Warner Park. Umpires Jacqueline Williams and Patrick Gustard are going out to the middle with the pink ball in the hand of umpire Gustard. The Leewards made one change, Smithen. They have exchanged Hayden Walsh Jr. for Daniel Doran.
Yes, right arm wrist spin for left arm orthodox spin. And will this make a difference to the Leeward Islands bowling attack? Left to be seen. The spinners for the Leeward Islands this year, they have not done too well here at Warner Park. And I do apologize for listeners. Of course, as I said, it's good afternoon. It's an afternoon game. And just the one change, as I said, more of a challenge though for Barbados.
Yeah, they have enforced changes. Out are Dominic Drakes and Kaim Holder. We understand that they are not well. And so Cumberbatch comes in for his first game of the season.
Yes, so Barbados winning the toss, inserting the Leeward Islands. Of course, Carlisle, this is the second day-night match being played here at Warner Park in the regional tournament. First match, of course, played in 2014 between the Leeward Islands and Jamaica. And from that match in 2014, that's several years ago, Jamal Hamilton, probably the sole survivor for the Leeward Islands from that match. He's still in the Leeward Island setup. Perhaps to Carlisle, Barbados would have known that Guyana was bundled out in their first innings for 193 in the last match here at Warner Park. Of course, it's a different strip, of course, but as you rightly said, there seems to be a bit of preparation moisture there. So Barbados thinking that this is the best time for them to bowl. Louis has had a good season, despite the fact that many felt that he has given it away at times. Certainly, he has only gotten the 100, has had a good season And at the moment, he has a total of some 421 runs, averaging 46.78. And that's by my calculation, of course. So, having a pretty good season once more. Not as prolific as last year, but still having a very good season. Like I've said, though, you know, at times giving it away when he should have gone on. But Carlisle, the pink ball, cloud cover. Question is whether or not we'll see some movement with that pink ball.
I tell you something, West Indians are so happy to see any little hint of movement, that they call it swing and big movement. You generally don't see a lot of movement.
Oh, this one just going on the bounce there to the slips, and well fielded there by Jonathan Drakes. Clouds a little earlier, much heavier, but seem to have lifted since. Ramon Simmons in his first over, left arm, over the wicket. And he has two slips, a gully. There's a backward point, short cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, rather square, more in a square-leg position, almost just about 5 or so meters from the umpire. End of over number 1. Leeward's not for naught, so good start there for Barbados.
Good probing over, just back of a length, and just getting into his workload.
Already a couple of spectators in, looking on. But the wicket seemed to have played quite nicely. That over Carlisle, nothing untoward as yet. As Ford will pick up the attack from the media center end. Oh, there's an appeal there. Ford stands and looks at the umpire.
Keeper had already started shifting his balance to take that down the leg side. A little question of height as well.
Missing, could have been clipping. Umpire's call, possibly. Carlisle.
Missing.
Missing. Carlisle goes with a total miss. Ford once more. This time he's down the leg side, and Boucher has some work to do. As the signal comes for byes. Look at that leg before shout again. The bowler does not think it's missing Carlisle.
I'm yet to find a bowler who believes that he didn't take a wicket with a delivery. But when they are batting, they will tell you not how.
Not how. That's true. This time he's pushing back up the track to Ford. And there's no run. In fact, the batsman this time is Louis. Leeward's off the mark with a bye. cloudy there here in Bastia. Pushed up to extra cover. Carlisle, we are missing the ships today. First time for the season. No ships in the harbour. Angled into the gully region. Interesting though, Carlisle, the Barbados skipper probably would have thought that there was something in this track for the bowlers, but we have seen him going out there using just 2 slips. This, of course, being the second over being bowled by Ford. Runs here for Louis. Just a single.
First run from the bat, so Louis is off the mark. And it's the end of the over as well, so bowlers settling into their task. Of course, winning the toss and deciding to bowl first, they would be looking to pick up a couple of wickets before we have the first water break.
Of course, there seems to be a ship or 2 in the harbour, but out of our view. In fact, that's yesterday.
I was beginning to think that my eyes were failing me because I came into the Basti ferry terminal. I didn't see any ships.
And I'm not seeing any now, but we have been told that it was yesterday. So our camera crew at work yesterday. Louis defending, a good delivery from Simmons, Ramon Simmons. He has been on target so far. So far so good. The track seems to be a good track for batting. But I got the impression that both captains would have opted to bowl. Brathwaite did insert the Leewards. Good delivery, Yorker length. Right up in the block hole and dug out there by Louis. So Carlisle, perhaps a good toss to lose.
I don't know about that. I keep hearing people say good toss to lose. I prefer to make the choice. I would, if I had a chance and I were captain, I would win every toss.
A bit of a doubt as to whether or not you should bat or bowl.
I'll tell you a story about an old man from Brick Hill named Mr. Weeks, who you must have known.
Louis. Looking to force.
Manufacturing a shot, really. Not wide enough for that shot. That was more like a cut shot which cramped him. Much too close for him to attempt that shot. At this time of his inning, he should be looking to settle. Looking to play a long inning. You look at that once again. That is a manufactured cut shot. And cut it straight back down the track.
Is he getting the inner portion of the bat down to short fine leg and picks up a run.
I was telling you about Mr. Weeks. You must have heard Mr. Weeks at the old Grove Park for many years. And one time, Nevis and won the toss against St. Kitts, sent St. Kitts in and bundled them out cheaply, 100 and a little bit. And at the end of the day, Nevis were approaching 200 for the loss of one. He went up to Livingston Sargent and said, "You should have batted." Sarge said, "We have first inning points and we have a lead." He said, "You should have batted. You win the toss, you bat."
Well. Simmons. This one jagged back and struck Kadim Henry on the pad, obviously missing leg stump.
I think he got some bat on that. Bat onto pads.
Bat onto the pads,
If
yes.
that had been pad, he would have, Barbados side would have been up and celebrating.
Yes, I'll
But a good probings, and so a good start by Barbados. They haven't had a wicket yet, but they've bowled well.
Yes, they have bowled well, and of course only 3 of us bowled so far. And on that toss, Issue Carlisle played cricket with a good friend for years. And of course, he was an opening batsman. And whenever he won the toss, I mean, one decision for my good friend, and that was to bat.
The West Indies Cricket Academy are all over the Windwards. Windwards are 92 for 7.
Wow. Windward certainly has not played the way we expected them to this year. Last couple seasons they were very good. But this year certainly, you know, their performances has left a lot to be desired. Of course, they would have lost their last match against Barbados.
Carlin Boyne took it behind the stumps, 4 dismissals so far.
Very good indeed. Young man is having a good season, already scoring his first 100, 103. And I think he would have gotten a half century also, Carlisle.
More than one.
More than one. So having a very good season behind the stumps and in front of the stumps. Oh, he's taken on the pad. The pail goes up, the finger goes up, and Louis on his way. Perhaps playing a sort of cross battle shot across the line of that one. He was taken on the pad, and we look at it, and 4 strikes.
Yeah, the head fell over, looking to play that towards the onside. Really and truly, you want to have your head over, finger up. And so the Leewards in early trouble, losing their first wicket. Look at it again. And you see the head fell over. And he was looking to play this one into the onside.
Struck the back pad too.
Yep.
So, very plumb indeed. And certainly not a hard decision for umpire Gustard to make. Finger immediately went up. So Leewards are losing their first wicket. 3 for 1, Louis going back. And Barbados would be happy with this result, having struck early.
Trinidad and Tobago batting a 55 for 3. That score hasn't moved for a while. So I have to check. There might be an update. I'm refreshing 59 for 3. Combined campuses in Jamaica. Jamaica 103 for the loss of 7.
Jamaica struggling there. Campbell went quite early. So Ford has been having a good season too with the bat, Carlisle. Somewhat of an all-rounder. He's getting a little inward movement also. Casey Carty is the man at the crease, and he would be looking to get some runs here. Carlisle has had a very poor season, just the 1/2 century in the last match when he got to 92. 221 runs for the season, averaging 27.63. Casey Carty. And very poor by his standards, so he would be looking to get some runs here.
Every time a batsman goes to the crease, he or she should be looking to get runs. And because the not out batsman is the batsman who run out of partners. You can't tell me that you're batting number 5 and you have 120 and you get out and you say you ran out of partners. You didn't. The not out batsman ran out of partners. A good start by Barbados, justifying their reason to win the toss and have a bowl.
Flicked in the onside down to square, and it's 4 runs there to Kadeem Henry.
Plays that shot very well. He was on his legs and he just got inside of his wicket. Not by a long way. And very good hands, very fast stance. And flicked it down to the vacant backward square position and got 4.
Very good shot indeed. So the first boundary comes up for the Leeward Islands after being inserted and losing an early wicket. Kadeem Henry would have had 100 right here at Warner Park against Trinidad and Tobago. An even 100 gets in behind this one. And of course would have had that mammoth partnership with Mikhail Louis. I think it was some 202 runs, an opening partnership, somewhere in the region of 202 runs. This one goes down to backward point. He was looking to drive. I think that one would have peeled off the outer portion of the bat and running away down to the backward point boundary for 4. Let's look at it again.
Just a tad wide. It gave him the width so that he had enough room to free his hands and picked up a good boundary.
I think he was looking to get it more in front of him though, the shot. But it ended up in the third man region.
And now Captain Brathwaite has decided that he is not wasting any time. He's putting in a sweeper right down backward point.
But he's another good shot. Just turned into the onside and an easy 2 to Kadeem Henry. Some further, in fact, just some adjustment there to the boot. This is the fielder coming from square leg to assist Kadeem Henry. In fact, it goes into the offside from the onside, and just 2 fielders on the onside now. Carlisle, we have seen a lot of this over the past couple of weeks, with just 1 fielder, sometimes 2 on the onside. Packed offside field. Just some mid-on and backward square in place. Backward square on the boundary.
Means that the bowler cannot afford to bowl too straight, because anything in the onside unless it is going straight to the fielder at mid-on, would give you at least one.
Two slips a gully. Third man back. Not quite on the boundary, just a few meters away from the boundary. There's a point, a cover, and the wideish mid-off. This one is outside off, goes through to the keeper, and the over comes to an end. So, just a few spectators in the stand. And Carlisle, we were trying to get the name of that piece of equipment that has been brought on to do some work at the northern end. And you being associated with, well, more than I would be, you are always in growth.
There has been some undulation, and so they're just trying to smooth that out as best as possible.
Quite early in the piece, he is a nice shot by Carty down towards the long on, and he picks up two. Nice shot, just coming forward and easing it into the long on region and picking up two.
You didn't try to hit it too hard.
See, just coming forward, more of a defensive shot, but well timed, and the ball racing away and getting 2 runs. So he gets off the mark with those two.
And the gully comes out now and goes into straightish mid-wicket.
So Brathwaite ringing the changes. Brathwaite himself is at mid-off. Right away, that straightish mid-wicket that Carlisle spoke about is into action. Now Matthew Ford has some words with his captain, probably asking for field adjustment. Well, we have not really seen any. In fact, that straightish mid-wicket, or more or less a short mid-on, goes more into an orthodox short mid-wicket position. Goes a bit to his right. Now we see Warwican moving from his position at point, exchanging position with Mosley. Warwican goes to extra cover, Mosley goes to backward point, just slightly backward. Into the onside, no run. For 1 in over number 6. But Carty's looking good. He's solidly behind. That one defends well.
And the wicket to fall didn't have anything to do with the pitch. Louis just played across the line and missed one.
Yes, certainly.
You know, head fell over a little bit. On balance, missed it. On the pads, right in front, out LBW.
Pitch has played pretty well to me so far. Nicely worked into the onside. Just a single, just slightly backward of square. And just a run. So the over comes to an end. 6 overs completed, 16-4 on the Leewards.
Yeah, and fairly even going. I mean, the Leewards would prefer not to have lost the wicket of Louis, but these two have looked reasonably well so far. Did you look at the ladies' game this morning, or?
I tried to. I tried to locate it, but I was unable to do so. You know, I saw some scores where Scotland at one point were 4 wickets down for I think 140 plus, but then you know I would have fallen asleep. But for some reason I couldn't locate the game.
Well, they did manage to get 244, and the West Indies fell 11 runs short. But what a tremendously heroic performance by Captain Matthew. Picked up 4 and then got 114 not out in a losing cause. Went back to bat after she had retired on 95.
Lack of support there, of course.
I mean, and if you're talking cricket, Smithen, she is easily the most dominant West Indian cricketer at the moment, and I'm talking across formats, male and female.
Yes, most definitely. Bowling change at the far end, by the way. Cumberbatch has been brought into the attack, replacing Ramon Simmons. Single there, going back for the second run, as there was a bit of fumbling there by Warwican in the point region. And the batsman seized upon it and it was quickly back for the second run.
Very good running.
But certainly, Carlisle, you know, the Haley Matthew certainly needs consistent support from some of our batters. 114. And with just you know, just a bit of support, they could have easily gotten to those runs. So virtually single-handedly outside the off stump. At the end of this over, Gary Pemberton will relieve me and join New Carlisle. So Cumberbatch into the team today. Not quick by any means. They're no doubt looking to bowl line and length. Started well. See now mid-wicket retreating to square leg. Outside the off stump. Through to the keeper. The first over completed by Cumberbatch, conceding 2 runs, at the end of which it's 18 for 1.
Yeah, we haven't seen a tremendous amount of pace from the pitch, you know, but the Barbados bowlers have been probing. They've been settling into their job quite nicely, and so it's a bit of a quiet start after half an hour, 18 for the loss of 1. Good morning, Gary.
Good afternoon, Carlisle.
Good afternoon. I'm so accustomed to these morning games.
Not very much happening on this pitch here at Warner Park. We have known this trip here at Warner Park to be a very placid track. Barbados won the toss and decided to insert the Leewards. But they've been able to keep things tight so far, but nothing much happening in terms of pace or lots of swing so far in the few overs that we have seen. So the Leewards would certainly would want to have a good first inning score, and they would have lost the wicket early. Mikhail Louis was out, and I'm sure they're hoping that these two can put on a good partnership. Casey Carty, who has not really had a good season, will be looking to get amongst the runs, and Leewards coming into this final round in fourth position. Guyana at the top, and they'll be looking to win the title. They're playing against Trinidad and Tobago. So Carlisle would want to a good score on this placid pitch here at Warner Park. We have known this pitch, this track, even though Barbados probably thought there's some early moisture. We have not seen much movement, and we noticed the pink ball has a tendency to swing a bit more than the red ball. They were hoping that with that early preparation moisture, they might have gotten more movement of the pitch. But nothing much has happened so far. Speaking of nothing much, Carlisle, that one weird offer, good length outside the off stump, but it was well outside the off stump and taken behind by the keeper.
Yeah, it was wide enough for him to just drop his hands, Henry. And so no challenges for him.
So Henry too would want to end on a high note for the Leewards. He has just had the one good score, the one century here. He has had some good starts. But he would want to spend some time in the middle and end on a good note for the Leewards. The Leewards coming in this game on fourth position would want to do well, but we have seen the last game that was played on the strip, Leewards versus Trinidad and Tobago, ended in a draw. We saw the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team scoring a century in each of the innings, and I'm sure Leewards would be mindful of that. And the match against Guyana as well ended in a draw. So Henry would want to end well. The delivery came off the pad going down the onside. Over is completed. So another over is completed. 20 for 1, a slow start by the Leewards.
Yeah, but understandably so, because they lost the wicket of Mikhail Louis very early on. And so these two are settling into their jobs now. Both of them would be looking to stay and bat first of target, of course, the first water break, and then taking it through to the interval at lunch. It's very overcast, Gary.
Yes, it has been overcast, but it doesn't seem as though there is any threat of rain at the moment. The western corner seems a bit darker than in the east. Casey Carty will get you his tally so far for the season, but he too would want to end well for the Leewards. And he would want to keep his name in the selectors' book as the batters would cross for what should be two. Wait for the signal for umpire Williams. If you're going to signal 2 byes, a delivery on the onside, are able to get 2 runs. So with those 2, total has progressed by 2. So Carty, I'm sure he's aware that he would have to make runs if he's going to have the selectors look at him again for West Indies. The shorter format, the T20, and we also have had Craig Brathwaite handing up the reins as the captain of the test team. So the They'll be searching for a captain. Lots of talk, lots of discussion around as to who will take over that responsibility of moving the West Indies test team forward. That's another wide delivery down the onside by Cumberbatch. And Carlisle, you know, over the years, you're looking at captains for different teams. You most time will start by looking at the captains in the regional competition you have in the different teams. Most times you have the better player or the best player in the team would be the captain, or someone who has the ability to play for the West Indies. And in recent times, you're not really having that situation. We have had some persons who are captains of the team, but they're not really dominant in terms of performance and nudging the selectors for a spot in the West Indies team. And Carty will get a single, at least. He's thinking about a second. So another single to the total. But names have come up. Joshua De Silva, even though he was not in the final 11 for the last test match, he has been the captain of the TNT team, has scored some runs. So he must be someone that they will be looking at, Carlisle.
Well, I've not really exercised my mind towards the replacement captain, but I'll give you my ideas throughout this game.
So it's overcast here at Warner Park in this final round match. Barbados won the toss and they decided to insert the Leewards. And the Leewards have lost the wicket of Mikhail Louis. Louis on his home ground would have wanted to make a good score. He would have made 100 versus Trinidad and Tobago a few weeks ago. But this time around he only got 2 on what seems to be a very good batting strip here at Warner Park. The 2 slips on the gully. So it's Cumberbatch bowling from that far end. Over is completed. A delivery short out to the off stump, and Henry just shoulders arms, allows to pass over the stump to be taken behind by the keeper. And 25 for 1 after 9, the Leewards.
He has shown good judgment, Henry, in terms of Henry has shown very good judgment in terms of leaving the deliveries, and so far he has been correct, leaving it on bounce and leaving it on width as well. Gary, I suppose that Craig Brathwaite, senior player, somebody who was captain the side for a number of years, I suppose that his leaving might have started with a conversation. He might very well have received a telephone call from the chief selector, who is the head coach. Or he himself might have initiated the call. But I like to think that in modern era, you do things properly. They would have had a conversation. I'm sure he might have had a conversation, and he might have had a conversation with the people who were close to him and express his thoughts, what he planned to do. This conversation might have started with him. I rather suspect, though, that the conversation with Rovman Powell would have been the other way around, where he would have been called.
Well, yes, based on the response from Craig Brathwaite, he gave the indication as if well, that is something he was thinking about, and he decided that maybe this is the right time to pass on the torch to someone else. And as you indicated, the T20 captain, that is probably a different story, and I'm sure we'll get more information as time goes by. But it's in interesting times in West Indies.
Brathwaite is a decent fellow too.
And during his time as captaincy, he has made some he has done some good things for West Indies. That have made some one in Pakistan, first time in over 30 years. They won against Australia in first time in 27 years. So he has something to be proud of in terms of his achievements as the captain of the West Indies team.
And don't forget beating England.
Yes.
You know. I don't know if you were here, but the first time I saw Craig Brathwaite, he came here to St. Kitts with an under 13
under
team.
13, yeah.
There was an important under 13 competition which was hosted by the sports department and the Ministry of Sports here in St. Kitts. I mean, we saw people like Jamal Hamilton, like Devon Thomas, Kyron Powell, and others.
Yes.
Unfortunately, that competition has not been played for quite a long time.
So yes, and that competition, as you indicated, a number of test players, persons would have played tests, would have gone on to play at the highest level, would have represented the different territories in this competition, and it was like almost like a breeding ground for the future stars of West Indies cricket.
Barbados attended on a regular basis, Dominica, and then the Leeward Islands of Antigua, Barbuda, St. Kitts, Nevis, Anguilla, St. Martin.
So over is completed, another over number 10, Karim Henry. So far for the season, he is from his 6 matches, 369 runs. He has just the 1 century, and his averaging 42. So he's not doing bad in terms of the average, but I'm sure he would want to end well in this last game.
And has shown the ability to bat for long periods, you know, so he would be looking at this and saying that, okay, it's a full season for him, and he'd be looking to establish himself so that his name wouldn't be too far from the minds and lips of people.
So Cumberbatch will continue from that far end, the Lozak Road end. And so Casey Carty, he's in strike. Carty is on 9. Karim Henry is on 12. Barbados won the toss and inserted the Leewards. And Barbados coming into this game on 100 points. Guyana at the top with 111.6. Another wide delivery from Cumberbatch. Cumberbatch has been tending to stray down the onside in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, they have been struggling a little bit in the last couple of overs, Barbados. I thought that the start was pretty impressive, where they were on target, but they have just lost a little bit of control in these last few overs.
Maybe he's trying a bit too hard. Maybe he's trying to make things happen. So you need to just wait and be focused and be more relaxed. He's probably trying to generate some extra pace out of a docile chippy at Warner Park. So Carty will get a single at least from a delivery on the another delivery on the leg stump, just straight in line. Another single to Carty. So Carty, I'm sure, would not be too happy with his performance this year after playing for the West Indies, being called up in the test team, and sure he'd been hoping that he would have had a better season. He would have had a couple of good pitches to bat on. St. Kitts, he played this is the 3rd game being played here in St. Kitts. So you can see, you look at Cumberbatch, you see whether he's putting a little bit more effort into his bowling, trying to, as I said, generate a bit more pace out of the pitch. As a result, he has been straying in line, but he certainly has been trying to generate a bit of extra pace out of the pitch here at Warner Park. You know, Barbados over the years have been accustomed to see the theory fast bowlers from Barbados, but the opening bowlers for Barbados are just medium pacers. For 4, it was short, And there was Carter just played it in the air deliberately over cover, down towards the boundary for 4, bad delivery, and punished by Cat.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
that's
was
Henry, sorry.
it was something of a freebie, and Henry has been rewarded for his patience, and got himself a good 4. And Gary, well, this is the last match for the 4-day series for the Senior Cup in the West Indies.
Ooh, good short delivery. Then Henry thought about maybe playing, but then pull out of the shot at the last minute and just allowed it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. Over is completed, 31 for 1 Leeward.
Dropped his hands nicely. So it's the last match of the 4-day season in the West Indies, but there is still a lot of cricket to come, Gary, because there is the new breakout league that will be played in Trinidad and Tobago starting towards the end of this month. And so there is an opportunity for players in the 6 teams to go to Trinidad and Tobago and show their skills. And it's called Breakout League, and it's essentially for younger players. I think it's 30 and under.
Yeah.
And so those players will have an opportunity. The West Indies women, they will be having their T20 tournament in St. Vincent. So that is more cricket coming up. Right here in St. Kitts, the Leewards will be playing the under-19 / under-17 competition. And in Antigua, the under-15s are going through their paces with their camp. And the under-15 West Indies tournament will be played in Antigua as well. So a lot of cricket coming up still.
Yes, certainly. And the more cricket you play, the better you should be as cricketers who are developing. But if you look at long time ago, Carla, we never used to have that much cricket, but the standard that we used to play then was and is still a little higher than what we're seeing in recent times.
Was a lot more competitive. You didn't have the various formats as in the T20. That wasn't there. You used to play the 4-day and then play a 1-day. But it used to be a lot more competitive because you had a lot more experienced players. I mean, in those days, Gary, some players had the opportunity of playing club and county cricket.
Yeah. But I think what has happened, though, to Carla is that long time ago you used to have more cricket being played in terms of backyard cricket in the streets. These days you're seeing more organized cricket. Unless you're only playing cricket if you're having an organized cricket match, maybe a training camp. But outside of that, you don't really see youngsters playing cricket in the streets, playing cricket in schools. And that would have helped to develop some more cricketers over the years.
You're spot on. And I've had the opportunity to move around the Caribbean some. And I tell you something, Gary, I've always, when I'm in the islands, I've always gone to look at club cricket, see what's happening on a weekend. And I've seen some very competitive club cricket in Jamaica, in Barbados, in Trinidad, for example. You know, some instances, there's some club cricket which is still competitive, but not as much as before.
Well, Carl Mayers has replaced Ford from the media center end, so he's bowling his first over. So another medium pacer coming from this end. And so yes, the standard of play, even though we are playing more cricket, is not as high as it used to be. And the onus will always be on the players to try and develop a game. You also have to be fit if you are to be able to perform consistently. And Kyle Mayers would have played for the West Indies. He made a double on his debut versus Bangladesh. And I'm sure he'll be looking how to look to get back into the West Indies test team. But now he's bowling here as 4th change for the Barbados team. Barbados in 3rd position. And then Leeward's in 4th. So it's still overcast here at the Warner Park. So the over is completed, over number 12, 31 for 1. The Leewards after being inserted by Barbados.
Yeah, a bit of a slow start, but this bowling was mostly wide of the off stump. And so about 4 of the deliveries were left alone there by the batsman. So, bit of a slow start. Craig Brathwaite, the captain for Barbados, ringing the changes, trying to make sure that he keep his bowlers sharp on their toes and giving them an opportunity to come in and get him some wickets.
And this is a day-night encounter, so I'm sure as the sun sets and they get into the evening, you might see the white or the pink ball behaving maybe different, but we'll just have to wait and see what will happen. And so Cadine Henry will be facing up from the far end. That's change of bowling. Is that Simmons coming back from the far end?
Yeah, that's where he opened the bowling from, and got a little bit of a breather, and brought back from the very same end. He's now in his 4th over.
Yeah, none for 11. So it's medium pace from that far end. So we have the 2 slips, or we have a slip on the gully. There's a backward point on the boundary. There's a cover point, extra cover, and a mid-off. So it's overcast here at Warner Park. Cadine Henry gets a good delivery on the stump and just pushed it down into the offside.
Getting just a little bit brighter, Gary. Still overcast, but looking a lot brighter.
And just a few spectators looking at this opening exchanges. Just about 55 minutes of play so far. Leewards after being inserted at 31.
Good shot.
Straight
Pitched
back
up in
over
the
the
slot. Yes, good shot.
Straight back over the ball ahead and for 4. So Karim Henry, who has been there from the start, got a delivery pitched up, and he made a full use of it and played it straight back over the ball ahead for 4. And that's what you should do as a batsman. If the ball is there to be hit, you hit it, because a bowler should not be pitching a ball up in your half and you're just pushing and prodding. The straight back over the ball ahead, that's the safest shot.
He plays to his strengths very well, Henry. He saw it early and went through it, the drive. It was right there to be hit, and he played it straight. So 4 good-looking runs to Henry. He continues to bat well.
You've now seen the fielder going down on the forward square fence. There's also a long leg. An attempted short delivery, but coming up slow, and Karim Henry just got on top of it and pushed it down into the onside. I think it was premature to send a fielder down on the back of the square fence. Not much pace out of the pitch. Raymond Simmons not really generating a lot of pace. A short delivery, and Karim Henry just pushed it down into the onside. Another change in the field. There's the fielder at Collie seem to be getting the helmet, so there'll be a fielder probably replace underneath the bat, maybe at forward short leg. So anything to suggest that the forward short leg is required, Carla?
Not at this moment, but the bowler might get something to pop, and then he'd be considered a hero.
So Simmons will try from that far end. There's a field on the back of the square fence, and a forward short leg has been installed as well. And he's playing it in the air and goes down towards the long leg area. The fielder came across to his left. A bit of a forward shot there from Henry. It was short, and he played it in the air, but got it well to the right of the fielder down at the forward square, and to the left of the fielder coming across from long leg, and he was able to pick up a thing. But a bit of a forward shot there, Carlisle.
Well, he controlled it nicely. It fell well short of the fielder going around to his left from down at long leg, and so he got a single.
36 for 1 Leewards after being inserted by Craig Brathwaite and the Barbados team after winning the toss. Play starting at 1 o'clock, so this is a day-night affair. And using the white ball against the black side screen.
Pink ball.
Pink ball, sorry. Short delivery, but again well shot and went over the head of the bowler. But that ball, as it passed the batter, Carla, you see it almost is swerved to the right and was taken behind by the keeper. But the over is completed. Over number 13, 36 for 1.
And started whatever slight shift when it was well past the batter. And it was wide as well, so no trouble there for the batter.
So Carty's on 10, and Kadeen Henry opened the batting with Mikhail Louis, who was LBW to Ford for 2. He went with the score on 3. And Henry is on 21, his face on 28 deliveries. Carty is on 10. As you would have heard in the last game, he made a 90, but I'm sure he'd want to make a century, 190, and come not out for the Leewards. Kyle Mayer starting his second over from this tee. Made a center end, a short delivery, making some height. Taken behind by the keeper. So Barbados won the toss and inserted the Leewards when Leewards played against TNT. TNT won the toss and batted. And that game was played the 12th to the 15th of February right here at Warner Park on this very pitch. And TNT would have batted first and made 529 for 5 declared. And Jason Mohammed 204. Captain the Silver made 152. Leewards, when they batted, made 433. They batted 153.3 overs. So Barbados winning the toss and decided to insert the Leewards. So let us see how many the Leewards will get. So Mayer's getting a delivery just on the off stump. And Carty thinking about a single. But he was sent back as Jonathan Jakes was moving quickly around and prevented any possibility of a run. So Kyle Myers is just looking to hold that off stump line and maybe looking for a little bit of movement away from the right-handed Kadeem Henry, who's on 21. So that probing line just on about the off stump, this one coming back in towards Henry and just pushing it down in the offside. And Mayers has the propensity at times to get some early wickets in the shorter formats because he has ability to get the ball to steam away from the right-handers and even to come back in towards them as well. So Captain Craig Brathwaite, we're hoping that Mayers can get some movements, maybe get the outer edge. So Henry would want to play a long knock. That one was pitched up and he's pushed it back down the strip. It was well fielded by the bowler Mayers, so he's in his second over. And just one delivery from completing his second maiden. But this is a 4-day encounter. You have lots of overs to bat. You have 4 days to bat if you so desire. And I'm sure that Kadeem Henry is mindful of that. On the onside, and they started to go up in an appeal, but was not collected cleanly by the keeper. Always completed, and the umpire signaled for the water cat to come onto the field of play. So 14 overs have been completed. Leeward's batting first after being inserted by Barbados. They are 36 for 1. So we are back after that water break, and Raymond Simmons will continue from the far end. Good afternoon to you, Earl Smitten.
Well, good afternoon. At least you have been getting it right. Carlisle and myself, we are still thinking morning, but good afternoon. But we have had an hour's play so far. 1 wicket going down to the Leeward Islands and 36 for 1. Just 36 runs in the first hour. Of course, they would have lost the early wicket and would be rebuilding.
Yes, and they would want a good partnership between these two. Caddy and Henry would want to end well. Cathy would also want to end with a big score, so at least the selectors can continue to keep their eyes on him. But his performance this year has not been outstanding. And I'm sure if you want to be nudging the selectors, you would have to make runs as a batter. As a bowler, you'd have to pick up wickets.
Most definitely. And yes, just the 100 and even 100 for the season so far. And he would have made that here at Warner Park, and no doubt would be hoping to notch up another century here today. He was, of course, being inserted. Just to remind viewers too, Gary, that two of the Barbadian players, Dominic Drakes and Shane Holder. This one is outside the off stump, but just to remind listeners that they were at the hospital being treated, and they're not taking any part in this game.
So the Barbados team, they have been reduced to just 11 players. So they have maybe getting some assistance from maybe some of the youngsters in St. Kitts as an emergency fielder or 12th man.
Yes, I understand Cordell Cook, an upcoming youngster, is assisting. Single down to long leg. So an opportunity for a couple of youngsters to rub shoulders with regional players.
Yes, and that is good exposure for the youngsters, because I remember the days when you used to have test matches in Antigua. Keith used to go up to be the emergency fielder.
Yes, and that certainly would have stood him in good stead. The experience, of course, in this, both teams, we have a number of international players in both teams, test players, white ball players. That's a good one, short lifting, but Henry plays it well, just sways away from it and allows it to the keeper. Of course, there's the former West Indies captain, Craig Brathwaite, in the Barbados team. And of course, Carl Mayers, who has done the circuit. He has been around the world. He has played for West Indies at the T20 level and has played for a number of franchises. Very experienced at this point. Nice shot down to long leg for a single. Of course, there's Ford, who has also played some international cricket. And Warwican, of course, Jamel Warwican, the West Indies left arm spinner who did so well on the Pakistan tour. Not only with the ball, but with the bat. And he was named man of that series. So good experience for the youngsters. And don't forget that on the Leeward Island side also, although the youngsters would be in a different camp, we have Casey Carty, Kyle, Louis, also test players. And Carty, of course, would have played white ball cricket also. Beaten outside the off stump. Henry's on 22. It has been slow progress by these two. But nevertheless, after losing an early wicket, the Leewards would have looked to rebuild.
Yeah, rebuild. They have to rebuild, but we have seen some good, consistent bowling from Kyle Mayers. That last delivery was a good delivery, touchdown, just on about the off stump and leaving the batter slightly. So he's looking just keep that off stump line.
Flashed into the offside, down to point for single. We have not seen McAllister as yet. He's another fast bowler for Barbados. So
Fast bowler, or?
McAllister?
Yeah.
Yes, I think he's another fast bowler. McAllister. At the moment, he's at mid-on.
So he's in the category as a fast bowler or medium.
Well,
Medium,
we'll have to wait and see. Well, he does not bowl it slow then.
comes off a long run.
Well, we'll see what he has to offer. And of course, Kalma is a slow medium and who tends to get a bit of movement at times.
Yes, and the other bowlers, the opening bowler for the 4 bowlers that we have seen so far for Barbados are medium pacers. Now and then you might get an extra pace, but they're not extra fast bowlers, they're just medium pacers.
I think Shaim Holder is an off spinner, but his services are not available as he was hospitalized. So it's very likely that he would have played in this match. But in the hospital at the moment, we do hope that both of these players are well on their way to recovery. See McAllister doing some warm-ups there at mid-on. Perhaps you might see him in the attack soon. Nicely played there by Cart. He's getting runs, he's getting 4. Ball goes into the extra cover boundary for 4. That's a good shot.
Love the shot. Good timing. Played it through extra cover for 4, and the ball was pitched up a bit too far. And there was Carty just coming easily onto the front foot and played it with a full face. Through extra cover down towards the boundary for 4. That certainly will give him some confidence.
So, nice shot there. Carty takes him on to 15. Picks up the line outside the off stump to that one. And Gary, I realize Carlisle has been dodging the question now for weeks, regarding this captaincy thing. Weeks have gone by and he hasn't given it a thought as yet.
So you have given it some thought?
Well, we would have had a discussion, but in the last match, right, it's a tricky one because the vice captain on the Pakistan tour was not selected in any of those 2 test matches. The silver. He has come back, he has made some runs, but the incumbent wicketkeeper has also been making runs. Imlak of Guyana. In fact, I think Imlak would be one of the leading run scorers in this year's tournament. And prior to this round, Imlak would have scored some 505 runs and 3rd in the aggregate in terms of runs in this year's tournament. So he has been doing quite well. The silver is just behind him with 481 runs, and these figures are as at the end of the last round. So it's a tricky one. And there's a school of thought, well, I for one think too that there's a school of thought that, who knows, possibly there might be some thought given to Shy Hope.
Anything is possible with what's happening in West Indies cricket. That has been a discussion because we are hearing you have the one coach for all 3 formats and they're probably looking for a one captain for all 3 formats. Shay Hope has not played test matches for a while and we're not sure if he's even that interested in playing test matches, but that is something that I'm sure we'll have to monitor.
Well, that's another consideration. Yes, we are fully aware of that. He has not played test cricket for a while, but A bouncer here by McAllister, who has been brought on from the far end. But we just wait and see. And Shai Hope, of course, replacing Ravman Powell, who was very successful as a captain in the T20 format. In fact, he took the West Indies team from, I think, a position of 9th in the ranking to number 3. And replaced by Shai Hope as captain on the advice of the coach Darren Sammy.
So is it that his captaincy was that excellent that he was able to, because of his captaincy, why they moved from number 9 to number 3, or is it just based on the ability and capabilities of the players?
He had to be doing something good. He had to be. Over the years, West Indies, we have had some very good T20 players, but yet, even after winning the ICC T20 tournament, we still struggled after that. So Powell must have been doing something good. Turned into the onside down to fine leg for a single. So we'll just have to wait and see what unfolds in terms of captaincy.
Well, it is said that he's a good leader. He motivates the players and they respect him, and that is what you want. If you have a captain who can motivate the players, you will get them to perform at their true potential, or even better than their true potential.
Yes, certainly. It's all good and well to say you have good players, but to bring the best out of players, that's another thing. As this one is short and lifting, and Carty's dropping it just in front of him, and there's no run.
So we have seen McAllister, since he has come into the attack, has been testing the pitch. He has been digging him a bit short, and he seems to be getting a little bit more pace than the other bowlers. So maybe he might be the quickest of the lot.
Well, you were wondering if he's a fast bowler. Now you're seeing him.
Well, he's the quickest of the lot, but it doesn't mean that he's a fast bowler.
Well, he charges in now. And that's a no ball. But you can see the effort.
Yes.
He's really hitting the pitch hard.
So he's really bending his back, but in that effort to put in an extra energy, has overstepped the front crease, and no ball has been signaled by umpire Jacqueline Williams, who is at the far end.
Yeah, 2 fielders in place. There's a square leg back on the boundary, and there's a long leg. This one is keeping a trifle low, but a good delivery nevertheless, as the over comes to an end. Well, we're back with the action. It's 45 for 1. And we're in over number 17. The count rate is 2.65. And fairly slow going. And yes, of course, Leeward's there rebuilding. But at the same time, Gary, they would not want to back themselves into a funk.
Yes, you would want to pick up the runs. They have to make use of the bad deliveries, and even if you don't get bad deliveries, you should be able to work the ball around and pick up the singles.
Yes, that's my main concern. Our Caribbean batsmen, they allow bowlers to bowl to them too often. But here's a single down to long leg. Simmons is in action. And one more to Henry, who goes to 24 with that single. Yes, they should be looking to work the ball into the gaps rather than just looking to defend. Bowlers have bowled good lines and length. showing good discipline in the Barbados attack. And here's a good shot. Just coming forward and easing it into the offside and picking up a single. And this is what I'm speaking about. It was not an attacking shot. He was coming forward, more or less defending, but easing it into the gap. And just to the left of extra cover and picking up an easy single.
So in the other matches, the top of the table clash, Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana. Trinidad and Tobago, they're 105 for 5 after 36 overs. You know, Guyana, they're at the top of the table, so they're looking to hold on to the title. They came into this last round on top, and they would want to ensure they remain on top.
Over pitched, and they're not made full use of.
So they certainly have started well, putting pressure on Trinidad and Tobago in the backyard. Combined campuses versus Jamaica Scorpions. Scorpions all out for 133. And campuses, they are 1 without loss. West Indies Academy, Windwards 106, all out in 25 overs. And West Indies Academy, they are batting.
Short lifting, the batsman gets under it.
So what's happening at Coolidge? 25 overs, 106 versus the West Indies Academy.
25 overs, and not even a score which would do a T20 match justice. Just 25 overs for the match.
And Jamaica batted only 36.2 overs.
Jamaica defeated Trinidad last weekend. But now they are at this stage, they are on the receiving end. Just reminding viewers, though, Gary, that this, of course, is the second day-night regional match being played here at Warner Park. The first day-night match was played in 2014, and at that time, the day-night matches, they would have started at 2 p.m. and going on into the night. And that first match was against the Leeward Islands playing against Jamaica. Umpires then were Leslie Reef and Zahid Bassarat. And Stuart Wallins, of course, was the match referee. Leeward's 322. All out batting first. They would have won the toss. Kyron Powell 91. McAllister. Short lifting. And then Hayden Walsh. And this is senior. This is the father. He would have scored 86. Tonito Willett 78. And Tamara Lambert would have picked up 4 for 68. Jerome Taylor 3 for 41, and Andrew Richardson 2 for 47. And then Jamaica, in reply, they surpassed the Leeward Islands total. They scored 351, with John Campbell getting 110. This one is turned into the onside quick single, and they are through. So one more to Casey Carty. And just to continue, David Barnard, remember that all-rounder? From Jamaica.
Played for West Indies.
He played for West Indies also. He got 45 not out, and Tamar Lambert, he got 37. And Anthony Martin out of Antigua, he picked up 4 for 77. Gavin Tong 3 for 65, and Kelbert Walters 2 for 68. Kelbert Walters is, of course, a medium pacer out of Anguilla. Defended there by Henry. And then Leeward Islands batting a second time, all out for 246.
You said Hayden Walsh Senior played in that game? That's what you said?
Well, according to the records.
With Calbert Walters.
Kelbert Walters. He was a fast ball out of...
And that game was played what year?
2014.
That's just 11
But
years.
no, sorry. My apologies. It's Hayden Walsh Jr. who played
Okay,
in that
because
match. Hayden Walsh, I think senior would have died
right, yeah,
before that.
okay.
My apologies. It's the junior who played. But he got 86, the junior. Willett got 78. And then we had Leeward's batting the second time, 246. Kyron Powell, 86. Devon Thomas, 94. And Tonito Willett, 21. And surprisingly, John Campbell picked up 4 for 15. And Jamie Merchant, 3 for 101. And then Jamaica, 218 for 7, short lifting. And the batsman gets under it. And John Campbell got 43. And Kuma Bonner 30. Bernard got some runs against 30. Gavin Tong 2 for 58, but Walters 2 for 70. And Anthony Martin 2 for 66. Jamaica won by 3 wickets. And from that team that played in 2014, we have Jamal Hamilton still playing. Short lifting goes through to the keeper. Of course, Kyron Powell is still playing, but not for the Leeward Islands. And John Campbell still playing for Jamaica after some 14 years. Jermaine Blackwood was in that team also. He's still playing for Jamaica. But most of these other players would have long gone on into retirement. In fact, Hayden Walsh Jr. is also playing.
So you're now seeing the introduction of spin. Jamel Warwican will be bowling from this tee near the center end to replace Kyle Mayers. And McAllister, who bowl is 2 overs from that far end, has been bending his back, trying to extract some pace out of this strip. We saw that last delivery of his over ball, which came back from outside the off stump. And Kadeem Henry's shoulder arm was above the stumps, and so he had good judgment, and that's allowed it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So the first over spin, and we'll see how the Leeward's batters will fare against Warwican. Warwican has picked up some wickets so far for this season. I'll give it that in just a moment. I think it's 24 wickets, but I'll get to that in just a minute.
In fact, he has picked up 24 wickets so far for the season. So he's 5th in terms of ranking, in terms of number of wickets taken. We have Carey Pierre with 37. Defended there by Casey Carty. Pamal has picked up 28. Bishop for the West Indies Academy, 28. And Ali Mohammed, 25. The medium pacer from Guyana. And Warwican, 24 so far. So interesting to note that virtually all of the wicket going to spinners, apart from Ali Mohammed, who is not much of a fast bowler. He's not quick by any means. And so he would have picked up 5 wickets against the Leeward Islands last week. Match in which the Leeward Islands, Gary, a lot of the batsmen gave away their wickets. But it's a good start here for Warwican. 1 for 48 in over number 20. This time it's pushed into the offside, just backward of point. McAllister is around, but can't prevent the run. And it's another run there to Henry.
So it is not surprising that the top wicket takers are spinners. It's a normal thing in regional cricket in recent times that the spinners have been picking up most of the wickets.
Yes, and as you rightly put it, for quite some time now, The spinners have dominated. And like I said, I mean, Ali Mohammed in the top 5. And Ali Mohammed, of course, not one of the quicker bowlers going around. So that over comes to an end.
All right, and my stint has also come to an end. So Carlisle will be joining you, Smith.
Yes, so 49 for 1. We have had 20 overs. And this could probably be the last half an hour just before the breaking session. Of course, match starting at 1 o'clock. It's now 2:28. And still some cloud cover. As I say, good afternoon to Kyle once more.
Very cool afternoon, Earl. Sun has not been out with us today, but it's clearing up just a little bit.
Well, we're hoping that continues to clear up and the rain stays away. There's no immediate threat of rain, of course, but the whole sky ahead of us, Carlisle, seems to be covered with clouds. Laid down to point for a single. And Carlisle McAllister is really running in and bending his back.
Yeah, he's energetic. He is putting in the effort, and he is getting the ball to come off the pitch nicely as well.
He's a tall man, strongly built.
50 up for the Leewards.
The 50 coming in 20.2 overs and losing 1 wicket. Here we go again, short and lifting. And they seem to have presented some problems here for the keeper Boucher. He's down on his knees. Must have struck him on some part of the body.
But you notice that in order for McAllister to get the ball to bounce as he did there, he has to bang it in relatively short.
Yes, and so far the trackers seem to be fairly docile. And not much assistance there for the bowlers. Here we go again, just short of a good length. And going through to the keeper. Don't think any of this team would think that they're in a position to win this year's tournament, Carlisle. So, but still there's a lot to play for. Players looking to get some runs, looking to impress the selectors once more. Eased into the offside for a single up to point. It has been fairly pedestrian though throughout the morning's play. Carlisle, you would have mentioned cricket coming up after this tournament. Of course, we do have the Australians coming in July. There's, of course, the under-19, the West Indies under-19 tournament to be played in St. Kitts. Stands to his full height, gets on top of the bounce and stays it down to third man for single. Kati. And he moves to 20.
Plays that short arm jab very well, Earl. Just allows it to come to him and then plays it into the offside. So the Australians come in here, Earl, and I am sure that there are a lot of people who are anticipating that competition between the Australians and the West Indians.
Oh, yes, certainly. And for the Test series, both teams will be playing for championship points. So a very important tour for not only for the Australians but for the West Indies. And I'm sure Australia would be coming with their best because they would be looking to pick up any available points. Of course, 3 T20 matches being played here at Warner Park in July. Spoke of the breakout league earlier, Carlisle, and I noticed the Leeward Islands, after making a couple of changes, they have, as this one is pushed into the offside, hopefully they would have come to their final team, the Leeward Islands Thunder. And I saw that team being announced as this one is pushed into the offside. We had Francis from Antigua replacing Casey Carty, who was originally in the squad. Offensive shot once more. And then earlier on we had Cameron Pennyfeather replacing Jeremiah Louis, who got injured. And as you rightly said, this league is a league which features players under 30. So tournament one could look forward to. Starts on April the 25th at the Brian Lara Stadium in Trinidad and Tobago. So end of that over 52 for 1. 22 overs completed. And Carlisle 22 overs in the morning session so far. A bit slow, but of course we have had the medium pacers for most part.
There you go again. You mean in the afternoon session?
Afternoon session, sorry. Thought I had it right earlier on.
Still another 25 minutes to go in this session, though. So we'll still get close to the 30.
Which would be good. And seems as though we're going to have the captain from the far in Brathwaite doing some spin, of course.
No, that's not Brathwaite. Brathwaite bowls spin.
Spin? No, it's not Brathwaite. No, that's Ford coming back. The height had me fooled a bit. So it's Ford. So that is not going to help the overweight by any means. Of course, one of the spinners, Shane Holder, had to be hospitalized earlier on. Short lifting. So we're keeping our fingers crossed.
We still don't know exactly what's wrong with Holder and Drake's. Perhaps by now they're back with the team or back at the team hotel. We'll get an update on that during the course of the day.
Well, we hope that these two players would have improved and that they're much better at this point. And he's defending. Partnership so far 49 between these two. First wicket, of course, going down with the score on 3. Louis leg before for 1. Carla, do you see this? I mean, we have looked at almost 2 hours play so far. There's no significant difference with as this one is played down to backward point for single. No significant movement with this pink ball compared to the red ball.
Earl, I keep saying for the entire season and for the entire life that the movement that you see in the Caribbean is not great. you might see some slight hint of movement. I keep hearing people talk about greater movement with the pink ball. It just does not happen in the atmosphere that we have.
We would have had one day night match here before.
50 partnership, by the way.
So 50 coming up between these two. And they would have rebuilt for the Leewards. And I would have seen that first day night match here. And the pink ball didn't do much from what I recall.
Exactly. So I really don't know why you think that, 11 years later, you're suddenly going to see tremendous movement.
I'm not thinking, Carl. I'm just...
Yeah, but you see, something like that I just don't put on the radar. Because people expect exaggerated movement with the pink ball. And it just does not happen in the atmosphere that we have.
Definitely not.
People are looking for English type seam and swing bowling. And I don't know if we have the practitioners to do it either.
And, I don't think Joe would become a factor with the day night match either. At least not around this time of year. Probably a little earlier.
And we'll be finishing pretty early as well, 8 o'clock in the night.
8 o'clock.
You know, the sun is going down a little bit later at this time of the year.
So those things would not become factors in this match. In that match, I spoke about that first match. We had good scores. Both teams getting over 300 at one point. Nicely played down to Warwican, just a single. And Kyron, of course, missed out on 100 twice. He got 91 and 86 in that match. So conditions, I suspect, would remain favorable for batting throughout.
Yeah, and you're at Warner Park where it's traditionally good for batting. The slow bowlers that we have seen play here in all the matches that we have covered, we haven't seen exaggerated turn or bounce for that matter. And the faster bowlers really have been made to work hard. We have had some fifers, in the games played here. But those fast bowlers have had to work hard for their wickets.
Most definitely. Spencer had 6 in the last match. We saw Ali Mohammed picking up 5, but as you rightly said, well, I'm not too sure Ali Mohammed had to work that hard because the Leeward Island batsmen came back out and they really gave away their wickets after lunch. But certainly Spencer, for example, had to work for his 6 wickets in the last match. Hesitation, but in the end, single easily taken.
Good soft hands. Guided it away into the offside with soft hands and picked up a good single.
Yes,
rotation of the strike is important.
Exactly, and this is what I was speaking about earlier on. Playing with soft hands, trying to get the ball into the gap. And rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard moving and not allowing the bowlers to dominate. These two, they have gotten a start, though, good start. And I know Carla, you'll tell me there are lots of time left in the game. So opportunities for both of these batsmen out there. Oh, he is beaten. Just outside edge beaten and through to the keeper. Just gripped slightly. This time he picks up the line and allows it through. So the over comes to an end. And it's 55 for 1. The Leewards, these two, now adding some 52 runs.
And Warwican has bowled well, in the time that he has been here. He has sent down 3 overs, and in those 3 overs, 16 dot balls. I mean, it's a 4-day game, but still, the dot ball percentage by him shows that he is containing and he has been mixing it up nicely. So he has been doing the job that his captain has called him to do, Warwick.
Exactly, and what you're saying there too is that he's been showing good patience
Yes.
because he certainly has not strayed from his line or his plans and has kept it tight.
Windwards were bowled out for 106. Last I heard, the West Indies Cricket Academy was 7 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago were 125 for 5, playing against Guyana. That is the deciding match. Championship game, definitely. Jamaica were bowled out for 133. Combined campuses 17 without loss.
This one is outside off and through to the keeper, no shot played. Siding match indeed, these two teams, Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana, of course, leaders on the table. Guyana 111.6 points, Trinidad and Tobago 105.4 points after the end of the 6th round. So Trinidad and Tobago would like to do very well in this match, but so far so good for Guyana. Defending champions, of course, the Guyana team, and they've led the table for most parts of this year's tournament.
They have been disciplined, though, based on what I've seen from them and based on what they have played for the season so far. Patient, very disciplined, and they know what it's about. And the analyst must be pretty good, because he has been telling them exactly what needs to be done. They were so patient in the game against the Leewards. You know, they knew they didn't have to force an outright win. They just had to put themselves in a position where the final game would be in their hands.
That is certainly correct, Carlisle. And we saw them going back out when some people wondered why go out there and waste a couple minutes, but they certainly were thinking things out.
And you notice the declaration after one ball to make sure the Leewards didn't bowl them out.
Exactly. So, really well planned. And as it says, the analysts outside the off stump for Guyana doing a very good job. I understand that he's from Trinidad and Tobago, the analyst for the Guyana's team.
Well, he's worth every dollar that they're paying him.
Most definitely.
Getting a little brighter, still very thick cloud cover, and so the sun is not out in its brilliance. I know commentators like to say when it's sunny and hot that it's a good day for cricket. Fielders don't normally agree. Keeper has been a little bit untidy. He has dropped a few.
Didn't cost.
Time to book your tickets for the Australia-West Indies series. And if you're here in St. Kitts and Nevis or you're planning to come in, get your tickets. Some people might come for music festival and stay early.
Yes, but that would be a long stay, Carl.
That's all right. It's good to have a long vacation.
That's a whole month.
That's all right.
I think the first match is around the 25th or so of July. The first T20, and the music festival is normally around the end of June. Just a 3-day affair. So into the offside for a single. As Warwick can continues from this the media center end. Those matches, Carlisle, the Australian matches, I realize they are morning matches. I suspect that is to cater for the Australian public. Of course, there's a significant time difference between the Caribbean and Australia. Those matches, those T20 matches will be starting at 10 a.m. Attempted sweep shot. And taken on the pad. Obviously missing leg.
He just needed to make some contact with that because the two fielders on the leg side, the three fielders on the leg side are all forward of square.
Short mid wicket, long on and deep mid wicket back on the boundary. So contact, and that could have easily gone to the boundary. Charles away looking to force, gets it to point, and there's no run. So 57 for 1. We have had some 26 overs. Henry's on 27, Carty on 23. And Louis having scored 2 runs.
Yeah, the going has been slow. The batsmen have been very patient. Barbados, Craig Brathwaite has made several changes, making sure that he stays on top of the game and not allowing the batsmen to settle. They have been rewarded with a single wicket so far, 1 for 57. The wicket fell with the score on 3.
Carlisle, we would have seen shots of the southern stand earlier on. And already, well, it's after lunch, of course. A few more spectators seem to be in today. And hopefully, because this is a day-night match,
Yeah, that's more than we normally have in that stand. Some people are having lunch. A little late lunch.
So Carty defends, and he has shown good discipline to that. Casey Carty, he's not following the ball outside the off stump. But having said that, though, the Barbados bowlers, they have attacked the stumps from most parts. And will they go to plan B, as we saw Guyana doing, coming back after lunch and going wide? Pushed into the offside. But quickly picked up there by Cumberbatch at cover. And no run.
Not necessary to go to the wide negative style bowling because the run scoring has been at a very moderate pace. So it's not as if the Leewards are scoring quickly and Guyana would be trying to, not Guyana, Barbados are trying to shut them down as Guyana did.
Yes, certainly. And doing a good job too. He's another defensive shot. On target, good length from Ford. This one eased into the gully region. And it's fielded there. There's no run. So the over comes to an end. And it's now 57 for 1.
Maiden over, these two have added some 54 runs between them. It has not been at breakneck pace, but the bowling by Barbados has been, for the most part, accurate and responsible. And so they haven't gifted too many boundary balls. And so these two have had to be very patient. Casey Carty is 23 from 73. Kadeem Henry is 27 from 71. And the strike rate is just at 2.11.
Matthew Ford has bowled 8 overs for 9 runs and he has picked up 1 wicket. That's very miserly. Oh, there's an appeal. The finger goes up.
Yeah.
And he's on his way.
It's fair enough. Fair enough. He was inside of his wicket looking to turn this delivery into the onside. It was a shot that was not on. He would have been better advised just trying to defend that one straight back down. Just relaxed a little bit and try to turn it into the onside. It looks straight enough to me.
Oh,
Yep.
yes.
Oh, yeah, that's dead.
That would have struck centre Carlisle.
Yeah, just an error in judgment. Just a couple of minutes coming up towards the lunch break. And just casually inside his wicket, trying to turn this one into the onside. And that would have crashed into the stump. So fair enough, easy decision there for the umpire to make. And Leewards lose their second wicket. It's now 57 for 2.
And you said a few minutes to lunch. I mean, just about another 6-7 minutes, give or take, before the lunch and interval. And having done all the hard work, giving it away in the end, as you rightly said, could have easily played it with a straighter bat. But instead he opted to casually go back and look to work it into the onside. Nothing shot really, because the most he might have gotten out of that shot would have been a single.
Not with the field setting. He wouldn't even have had a run.
Exactly.
You know, cricket, batting, bowling, whatever you're doing is a discipline. And he just showed a lack of clear thought on that occasion. Looking to make something from a delivery that would not have gained him anything. And gave up his wicket. So, second wicket down. Good wicket though by Jamel Warrican. He has picked up 1 for 3 now. And he is in his 5th over.
Driven by Gore. Up too deep, mid off, and gets a single, gets off the mark immediately. And the thing is, Barbados, they have been patient. The runs have not been coming, and they have picked up a second wicket.
And they have been very early to close down scoring opportunities. This was a single which went down to long off. Now there's a straightish extra cover. You know, so if that shot is played again, it would result in nothing.
Well,
Plays it straight this time.
to the same fielder.
And I tell you what, that fielder who came from slip was a lot straighter, and Warrican asked him to go wider. If he had stayed where he was, that would not have resulted in a single, but he adjusted because the bowler asked him to go a couple of yards to his left, and that resulted in the single being had.
Adjustment for Gore. 2 slips put in place. And he's back. 2 slips and a silly point. But the field is very tight on the offside, not really giving away that single outside the off stump, and Gore does not play a shot. Captain, of course, for Barbados, very experienced captain, as captain Barbados and the West Indies for umpteen years. Let's go defense. It goes into the offside. And umpire Gustad, in fact, he rather reluctantly walks towards his position, but I think based on my time, more than enough time for another over.
Plus, it's not his call.
Exactly.
It's a call of Jacqueline Williams, who is striding in from square leg And once she gets into position before the clock ticks over to 12 o'clock, they would start the over.
And start it will. Ford will continue. So, in fact, no, that's not Ford. That's a bowling change from the far end. It's in fact now Brathwaite. Similar height, Ford and Brathwaite. Brathwaite perhaps might be slightly taller. So he has a slip and a very straight and short mid-on. Pushed into the offside. And Dekati picks up a run. Brathwaite going around the wicket. Speaking of umpires, Carlisle, I read an article a few weeks ago where it was saying that Joel Wilson was removed from the elite list of umpires.
Oh, yeah. That only money, Greggy.
So Brathwaite looking to buy a wicket here. Coming on for what might be the last over before lunch.
Take one.
60 for 2, we are over number 29. So Carlisle, you probably falling one short of that 30 overs.
And that's not bad. They can make up.
So now we see the helmet is being taken by Tricks. And he goes into a forward short leg position for Carty. There's a slip in place also. This one is played into the onside up to short mid wicket.
Bit of a fall shot. It came off the bat in the air, or fell short of the fielder at mid wicket.
Defended. And it goes to forward short leg. It's fielded. The bails are removed. And Carty stays on 25. Go is on 2. And the score 61 for 2. The Leewards after being inserted. And it's now, what do we call it, Carlisle? Dinner time? That's a good question. It could be dinner time, it could be tea time.
A late lunch.
A late lunch. But nevertheless, that's the situation here. On the first day of this day night fixture, the Leeward Islands taking on Guyana after Guyana had, Barbados had won the toss and inserted the Leewards. And Leewards now 61 for 2. And that's the latest position here at Warner Park.
Welcome back to Warner Park, where we're just about to see the start of the second session in this game, Leeward Islands Hurricanes against the Barbados Pride. And Barbados claiming a second wicket. They've got two very important strikes. One when the scores and three when Michael Louis went. And in the period just before lunch, they picked up a second wicket, that of Henry. And so at lunch, the Leewards was 61 for the loss of 2 wickets. We have completed our tea, and it's now time for the middle session in this game. It's a mid-table clash. Good afternoon, Gary.
Good afternoon to you, Carlisle. Good afternoon to listeners and viewers as we about to see the start of the second session of this first day's play here at Warner Park.
Warwican is continuing. He bowled well before lunch, Gary, very steady. And they got a wicket as his reward. 1 for 5 in his 6th over.
Yes, he has been bowling tight, and the field has been set well. There's a slip, there is a cover, extra cover mid-off, and a still mid-off, so that is the man in front of the bat certainly will put some pressure on the batter.
There is just one fielder down at long on, deep on the onside here, straight. There's a fielder down at deep backward square. And this is a delivery which was tossed up by Warwican, and Gore helped himself to 6 runs over the deep mid-wicket boundary. Good shot. Now
Yeah.
the fielder is coming from backward square to deep mid-wicket.
Yes, he realized that it was vacant, and he played it well and got a 6 in the first over after the break. So as I was saying earlier, the fielder in front of the bat certainly will put some pressure on the batter. I think that is what got to the batter Henry when he went onto the back foot. He was probably a bit hesitant in coming onto the front foot. But Caramago has shown some intent after lunch. He has been positive. He has picked up that 6 and now a good flowing drive down to the long on area for a single.
And for Casey Carty, the fielder has moved from mid-wicket down to the backward square on the boundary.
Carty almost looked like he was turning blind for the second run. He was stopped by Caramago. So the over is completed. A good over for the Leewards. They got some 8 runs.
Yes, first after lunch, and seizing the opportunity go to put away a bad delivery. And so the Leewards have moved up to 69 for the loss of 2. Let's take a look at some sites around St. Kitts. Camera crew was busy in the off period and went down to Port Zante. This is where those tourist ships come in. And so our camera crew went down to Port Zante and they brought you these beautiful pictures.
That's where Dylan would go to do his shopping as well.
Ah, well, it's duty free. And once he pulls out his passport, I'm sure he will get the duty free as well.
So we saw Captain Brathwaite using all of 7 bowlers before the first break. And they had the successful bowlers were Ford and Warwican. So he has started with Cumberbatch from the far end. And Cumberbatch, as he did in the last couple of overs of his spell, strain on the pads, or on the pad of the batter. That's Carty. He was able to get a single. And just before the wicket of Henry, before Henry was dismissed, there was a delivery which he was looking to sweep. I thought the on drive might have been the better option. He would have missed it and he was stuck on the pad. And then he was out going onto the back foot looking to turn a delivery into the onside. If he had looked to come onto the front foot, it might have been better for him, and he was stuck on the pad and was plowing front. And the Barbados team were able to pick up the second wicket. And the score was on 57. But these two now would have to consolidate after the break. And the Cumberbatch is coming in from that far end. So they're opening with spin and medium pace after the break. So Cumberbatch, who had some 3 overs, none for 10 in this first spell, will want to keep that off-stump line and try not to stray too much on the onside. You have a slipper gully. There's a backward point on the boundary, cover point, extra cover and a cover. So you don't want to keep that off-stump line. Casey Carty is on 27. A delivery struck at the pad. Go was looking to turn to the onside, would have been going down the onside. The umpire Williams, not really interested. A bit high as well, and going down the onside, but the bowler Cumberbatch was into an appeal. And Jacqueline Williams, doing duties at the far end, is not interested. So Cumberbatch will have to try again. This time a bit too far outside the off stump, and Kerry McGo was look positive since the break. He's on 9. Casey Carty, he's at the non-striker's end, he's on 27. There's a very wide delivery outside the off stump, and umpire William just allowed it to go through and didn't signal a wide, so over is completed. Second over after the break, 70 for 2, the Leewards.
It was just on the margin there. Cumberbatch gives it his all. He's very energetic in his approach to the wicket, and is giving it his all here for Barbados.
So, Carl, I know the discussion is ongoing in terms of the captaincy of the West Indies team. I would have gotten a text message from someone who was listening, and in their opinion, they're thinking that Imlak, who in their estimation think he's one of the better captains in the region. They say he's a strategist. And if you're going to be captaining the team that would have won the championship, I'm sure that some consideration should be given to that person as the possible persons to captain the West Indies team, even though he has only played a couple of test matches for the West Indies. So the West Indies selectors, or selector, if you want to put it that way, would have a decision to make sooner, not later. And right here, the 2 batsmen will have to make the decision whether or not they want to bat long and play a good knock for the Leewards. The Leewards came into this final round match in a 4th position. Barbados, they are in 3rd, and would want to end well. Barbados over the years would have had the better of the Leewards in terms of outright victories.
Good shot.
Lovely shot. by Casey Carty into the offside, down towards the cover boundary. Was wide outside the off stump to bring up the end of the over, and he played it well to pick up a boundary.
He had some width, and he really climbed into that and got it down to the cover boundary for 4. He has been very, very patient in this inning, Casey Carty. No question about his ability to bat, but he just hasn't been able to put scores, big scores together this season. Last game that was played here, when he was set on 92, he chased a wide delivery and got out. So he still has not had a century for this tournament, but no question about his ability to bat.
Well, he has a very good batting strip here at Warner Park. He has progressed to 31, and he certainly would want to continue to bat. He has faced some 85 deliveries, so he should be set. Karamago is on a 9, he has faced 17. Straying down the onside, so he has been a bit off target, off line. And Captain Bassett would want Cumberbatch to come back on the offside. He has been bowling his bowlers in short spells. And we saw Raymond Simmons had 2 spells, and he has only bowled some 5 overs. And Cumberbatch's first spell was just 3 overs. Kyle Mayers had 4 overs in his first spell, none for 7. And Ford had 2 spells as well. He had 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9. And Brathwaite just had the last over before lunch, or before the break, which was tea break. And we get it down towards fine leg, and we'll go into the boundary. A badly lined delivery, leg by, has been signaled by umpire Williams from the far end. So poorly lined, came off the thigh pad and down towards fine leg for 4.
Yeah, Cumberbatch has been energetic, but he has also been a little wayward. And this one was continuing on with the angle and just took the thigh pad. The fielder is wide down at long leg, and so that was an easy 4 runs.
So there has been an adjustment to the field. One of the fielders from the offside has gone into the onside at a straightish short mid wicket on the edge of the square. Then we right up. No ball has been signaled, but a good delivery. But he would have been missing the leg stump from this vantage. But it was a good delivery right up in the block hole, and he was struck on the pad. The appeal went up by the outstretched arm of Williams. So he would have been going down the onside. But a no ball.
All of that would have been negated by the fact that it's a no ball. But if you were to continue past that, you could see that it was clearly sliding down. But no ball. And so after you hear the call of no ball, you forget completely about the rest of the appeal for LBW.
So a short delivery and slapped over the long off area down towards the boundary before it's short, and Caramago has been pouncing on anything loose and played it high over, long off, down towards the boundary for 4.
Something similar to a tennis ball shot. Just a very strong forehand. And the fielder is wider and shorter. Banged in the middle of the pitch, that's not going to help Cumberbatch at all.
.83 for 2, the Leewards, after being inserted. And there was Gore looking for forcing drive into the offside. Got it down to Jakes at cover.
Took the bottom portion of the bat, Gary, so he didn't come off with any power at all.
So this is a day-night encounter. We're using the pink ball. And the Leewards were inserted by Barbados after Barbados won the toss. Good batting strip here at Warner Park. As the dark clouds that have been lurking around all day beginning to lift somewhat. You're seeing some blue skies and some white clouds as well. So it's the dark clouds are just shifting down towards the west, and hopefully we should have a full day's play without any interruption. We would never know what the night would bring when the sun set. So come match with that. Finally live right up in the black hole. Push it back down the strip to bring up the end of the over. Over number 33 have come to an end. 83 for 2, the Leewards.
Relatively expensive over. 9 coming in that over. You had the 4 leg buys, and then you had the 4, a no ball and a single. So we're seeing some nice patches of blue here where we are. Though we can tell you that this is a lovely picture from, this must be from that great fort that we have down at Brimstone Hill. And if you ever come to St. Kitts, that is a must-see. You have to take a tour of Brimstone Hill.
And that's about how many miles outside of Bastia?
Earl lives in that direction. How many miles, Earl?
8 miles, 10 miles?
Not from Bastia.
From Bastia? No, from Bastia to Brimstone Hill. 9 miles, yeah. 8. So Warwick is continue from this tee.
The umpires seem to be calling on the covers. So yes, it has gotten progressively darker, and the groundsmen don't seem to have that urgency, but it's actually falling.
It's drizzling, yes.
You can see it on the glass here at the commentary position, and now the groundsmen are picking up, they're running towards the covers. But umpire Gustard, he was very early on signaling to the umpire, to the groundsmen, that they should come.
I think it's a passing drizzle. It shouldn't be too long because Bird Rock is still clear, nothing. But there's a dark cloud just in the east, high. But it's drizzling, and the umpires have decided to call the covers on, so we'll have a break.
But strangely, they haven't taken out the stumps.
It is still drizzling. And now Williams is walking up to the stumps. He's now going to remove the stumps. So we'll have a short break in play here at Warner Park in this day-night fixture between the Leewards and Barbados.
Nothing much, because you see the Barbados team, most of the players are still on the field of play. You know, say they would probably recognize that this is just a passing shower from the overhead clouds.
Yes, and I could understand if it was dark and you couldn't really see what was going on around you, that they would have called the covers on if it was drizzling. But you're looking at distance, as I said, it is not threatening in terms of the rain coming. But as we have been saying, it is still drizzling. So the umpires have decided that they will continue to allow the ground staff to bring the covers on, even though they have come on a bit reluctantly.
And they have only placed the pitch cover. If the groundsmen were of a mind that this rain is going to come, they would have covered the entire square, but they've only placed the pitch cover for the time being. So we'll tell you that the score here is 83 for the loss of 2. We resumed from the tea time position of 61 for the loss of 2, and it's now moved on to 83 for the loss of 2. We'll call it a rain delay, and we'll be back with you as soon as we're ready for further play. we're back with play here at Warner Park, having gone off for showers that never came. Warwican has bowled a delivery. And Gary, you will get this at times when none of the umpires have local knowledge of the weather conditions.
Yes, that's certainly what would have happened. Even from our vantage point, we would have realized that it was just a passing drizzle, but the umpires decided to call play and stop play for a few minutes. But they are now back in the middle, and Warwican is continuing from this to media center end.
Over has been completed, and the Leewards are 86 for the loss of 2 wickets, having been asked to bat by Barbados and losing both openers, Henry for 27 and losing Louis for 2 runs. Lunch 61 for 2. I said lunch, but tea. Had a nice little chat with former captain and former coach of the Leewards, Stuart Williams, who was down in the players' pavilion having a look at this game. And when he played, he had some good scores against Barbados. He used to fancy going to Kensington Oval.
It's interesting that you spoke of Stuart Williams, because I was going to some stats today to look at persons who would have scored runs against Barbados. And his highest score against Barbados, 195. That was made. He made that in the Valley Anguilla, I think in 2002. And then he would have made a few centuries as well, as indicated, in Barbados. And he used to love the bowling of Thompson, Patterson Thompson.
No ball. Shout went up for a catch at the wicket. And in fact, the batsman had turned and was walking away towards the pavilion. And then when he looked back, he saw that the right arm of Jacqueline Williams was outstretched. And it was a delivery which pulled him a little wide. It didn't move his feet across Casey Carty. And it took the edge. It went through for the keeper, who took it gleefully. And he had turned and was walking towards the pavilion, Casey Carty, and then heard the shout and saw the outstretched arm of Jackie Williams. And so Cumberbatch will have to try once again. Second no ball that he has delivered. This one has cost him a wicket. No ball again. as it is turned into the onside, and they'll get a single. So that's 2 no balls on the trot for Cumberbatch.
Are we going to get to the stage when we get a free hit for in 40 matches?
Maybe. We didn't see this one coming in the white ball game. It is here. Might very well be.
So Cumberbatch has no one else to blame but himself. He has transgressed and he's paying the cost. He should have gotten the wicket of Casey Carty, who was already walking, but then realized that the umpire had signal and no ball.
He knew he had touched it. He didn't wait for the umpire. He had turned and was walking away. Good shot, 4. Short ball again and spanked down to the vacant cover position for 4.
Cumberbatch has been putting some effort into his bowling, but he has been a bit too wayward at times, and there was another short and wide delivery, and Kyrie Mago pounced on it well and got it down towards the boundary for 4.
Could this be the reason why he didn't play before in the season? Maybe his inconsistency. But then with 2 of the players out this morning, when we were at the field and ready to toss, the Barbados had to play the 11 that they had.
So when you get an opportunity, you would want to make good use of it, and Cumberbatch would want to make good use of the opportunity, because as you indicated, if the other 2 players were fit, he probably would not have been in the final 11.
End of the over. Leeward's a 93 for the loss of 2. Warwican will continue from this the media center end in his 9th over.
The Leewards, they're going to have to be careful, because they have lost 2 wickets, they have scoring slowly, and if you continue to lose wickets, you certainly could find yourself with a small first inning score. Carty would want to make use of the chance that he was given. He was out caught off a no ball, so you certainly would want to make use of that chance that has been given to you by Cumberbatch bowling from the far end.
But the scoring has picked up since the tea break, Gary. 29 overs at the break, so we have now gone another 6 overs, and they have scored 32 runs.
We just saw a dove landed on the pitch in front of Carty. Maybe he's bringing a message to Carty from St. Martin. So yes, someone of Carty's caliber, he would want to make use of these opportunities. He has looked good once he's in the middle. You just need to convert those scores. You need to bat long and make some big scores. But Warwick has been bowling that very tight line just on about that off stump, and every now and then getting a little jiff away from the right-handed batsman.
Maiden over.
Good tight over, 34 to Carty, and Barbados trying to keep things tight. Leeward's 93 for 2 after 36 overs. This is the first day of this final round encounter between Barbados and the Leewards. None of these teams would be able to make it to the top, but I'm sure they'll be vying for at least the third position. Guyana would want to keep things tight. They're doing well so far against the Trinidad and Tobago team, and they will want to keep the first spot.
Excellent pictures on our screen. I'm sure you're enjoying those. Dylan, I'm going to have to get you to come over to Nevis on your next visit. I think the Ministry of Tourism would be keenly interested in having you there and taking some of these beautiful pictures.
We're surprised that he didn't. He has been in St. Kitts for a very long time. He should have made his way over to Nevis. Cumberbatch will continue from that far end. Another of those deliveries going down the onside, and just got inside of it, probably came off the glove. I was able to get a single. So with a single, Go has gone on to 19, and this is 94 for 2 in the 37th over. Leewards, they were inserted by the Barbados team, and Leewards leaving out Hayden Walsh Jr. and Lanfort. Nice flowing drive by Casey Carty. We get a single as Warwick had some wanting to do a cross to his right, so another single to the total. So the Leewards leaving out Walsh and Lanfort, and Barbados, has said before, had told the players were sick. Dominic Jakes and Shaim Holder unavailable for this game, so they just came into this match with just the 11 players. Short, long up, looping delivery over the head of Karimago, taken behind by the keeper.
Yeah, that was closer to his half than the batsman's half. And you have to bowl it that short if you're going to get the ball to rise. But one for the over signal by the umpire. Didn't really challenge the batsman too much.
So the sun peeping through the clouds here at Warner Park. And we get a single down to the wide third man or backward point area. Delivery was slashed down into the offside. And so as the sun beginning to set in the western sky, just peeping through the clouds. And some of the dark clouds that were there seem to be lifting. Carty's on 35. Another delivery on the leg stump, and allow Carty to get another easy single. So Cumberbatch is in his 7th over, none for 27. He has just one delivery, some 4 runs coming so far in this over, but he has been straying on the onside, and maybe Captain Brathwaite, who is at mid-on, just tossed the ball back to Cumberbatch, but we had just had a quiet word with him. So over is completed over number 37, 97 for 2, the Leewards.
Yes, so the scoring rate has picked up a little since the tea interval. And these two have managed to stay together. Could have been broken had it not been for a no ball by Cumberbatch. But that's part of the game, and that's why they tell the bowlers to not infringe in terms of the no ball rules. And so that will be haunting him for quite a while, Cumberbatch. Leeward's a 97 for 2.
So Warwick is continuing from this the media center end.
Good single, just came forward and played it down to the fielder coming off the long off boundary. And this is important for strike rotation, Gary.
Yes, it is, and he also will probably try and send the bowler offline in terms of the bowling to a different batter. Even there are two right-handers in the middle. Normally, two batters will play differently, so that certainly could upset the plan of the bowler as well. And the fielder at still in mid-off, just taking a step across to his right, coming a little straighter. Maybe looking to get in the eye line of the batter, Karen McGraw. But he has been aggressive when necessary. Once the ball is there to be hit, he has not been afraid to go after it. And he's on 20 from his 36 deliveries. These two came together on 57. When Henry was LBW to Warwick on for 27. Delivery on the off stump, hands of the bowler going in the air. So it's an interesting period of play for the Leewards. They wouldn't want to give up another wicket or two here and allow the Barbados to take control. There's a fielder right on the edge of the square. That's the captain Brathwaite at a straight mid-on. The over is completed, over number 38. 98 for 2. That's the 1-1 coming from the over from Warwick.
And the game has been played mostly in overcast conditions. No immediate threat of rain. And I like to take my cue from the groundsmen because they know the conditions very well. And once you don't see them getting into position, you can say that it's nothing much, nothing to be alarmed about. Cumberbatch has been given a nice long bowl. He will be going back up to the far end to continue, and the captain is probably telling him, you've been sitting for quite a bit this season. It's time now for you to shoulder some of the load.
So he will continue from that far end, and he should have had the wicket of Casey Carty, but he overstepped. So maybe the captain is saying, you had an opportunity to get a wicket. I'll give you a couple more overs to see what will happen. So they have had a slip all day. And Shane Mosley is the fielder at first slip. Carl Mayers is in the gully. Cumberbatch just bowling another delivery just outside the off stump, and Casey Carty, who was given a life, he's on 37. We want to make use of that. He was on 33 when he was out caught off a no ball. Came in at number 3 at the fall of Louis wicket. Louis was LBW to Ford in the 4th over. So Casey Carty has been there for all of 34 overs.
Nice
That's a
shot.
lovely shot. Through extra cover for 4. Came forward and he punched it through extra cover down towards the boundary for 4.
He's not out of form, Casey Carty. Look how easily, how elegantly he played that shot. It was in the slot. It just came forward and just stroked it pleasantly down to the wideish extra cover boundary and picked up 4 good looking runs.
So he has gone on to 41, and just had a quiet chat with Kari Mago. Maybe Kari Mago is saying the same thing I just said to him. You look how easy you play that shot. Just stay in the middle, stay in the wicket and bat. So I'm sure Cumberbatch will have other ideas coming in from that far end. Too wide to tempt Carty. So with that shot, the 100 for the Leewards coming up, 102. So 100 coming up in the 39th over. And so Cumberbatch will continue from that far end. He's in his 8th over, so 2 deliveries remaining in his 8th over, 34 runs. And we get a single from a delivery which was short and went down towards the fine leg area. A short, looking to get on top of it, but he went in the air, but jumping well short of the fielder coming off the boundary. That's Raymond Simmons. And Carty with a single has gone on to 42. Kari Mago, he's on 20. So there are 6 fielders on the offside. This is a much better delivery coming in towards the right-handed Gore to bring up the end of over. Number 39, 103 for 2. The Leeward batting first.
And these two have settled in quite nicely, apart from that one delivery, which was a no ball, which took the edge and went straight to the keeper. So Carty is not out on 42. He is seeking to make maximum of that opportunity that he was given, and the score is 103. Getting some more lovely shots from Brimstone Hill. And the good thing about Brimstone Hill, from Brimstone Hill you can see Sabre and Stacia, and on a nice clear day you look straight down to St. Martin. Always on my list of places to visit in St. Kitts when I have people who are new to the islands and wanting to get a tour.
So delivery which kind of squared up the batter Gore. He was onto the back foot. Look at the turn it into the onside, came from the outer portion of the batter, went down into the offside. As the sun comes through the clouds here at Warner Park. So Brimstone Hill is one of the many forts around St. Kitts and Nevis. Historic Brimstone Hill. A chance of a run out, and Kari Mago gets down towards the wrong end, as you indicated. It was played to the right of the, or to the left of the fielder back point. That's Jakes. He came across quickly, and he returned to the keeper's end, and so Carty had enough time to come down towards the far end. So
Was always going to be a single, Gary, but Carty was ball watching. That's the problem. Kari Mago, who was going to the danger end, never had any doubt. He set off, he was calling at his partner. Carty was looking at where he had played the ball down to backward point. And fortunately for him, the throw went to the keeper's end. And he was strolling across the line at the non-striker's end. Slug sweep by Kari Mago. But the field has been set exactly for this position. With Casey Carty on strike, the fielder goes all the way from mid-wicket down to deep backward square. But whenever Kari Mago is on strike, the fielder goes from backward square down to mid-wicket, because Carty does not play that slug sweep. Kari Mago plays it.
Also, the fielder at cover has gone back down to the deep cover area, because Carty always plays the off drive of the cover drive very well. Easy driving, and it has gone down towards the boundary for 4 between the fielder at cover and extra cover, to the left of the extra cover and to the right of cover. Both of them were diving, but none of them were able to get a hand on it, and it went down towards the boundary for 4. And another excellent shot there by Carty.
Beautifully played by Casey Carty, and that takes him up to 47, and more importantly, it brings up the 50 partnership between these two.
Center right. Center. Thank you.
Gary, you have to appreciate the work that is being put in here by Casey Carty. It has not been easy, as it has taken him 112 balls to get to his 47. But you see the discipline, you see the dedication, and you see the fact that he has played very well to get this score of 47. And this is what you want to see from your batsmen. You don't expect that batting is going to be very easy. You don't expect that the Barbados team is going to give up free runs. So you want to see your batsmen showing the discipline to just bat. And for maybe the first time for the day, we're getting a bit of sunlight here at Warner Park.
So it seems as though the new bowler from the McAllister was bowled 2 overs, none for 6, as he plays Cumberbatch from that far end. And go we get an easy single. So in the first spell by McAllister, he had a tendency to dig it in a bit short. That one was a short as well, coming in towards the right hander. And that's the umpire William just checking the crease. The bowler might have been getting a bit close to that crease, close to overstepping. You've seen Cumberbatch would have delivered 2 no balls from that far end. 1 cost him a wicket. So this one was short, cramping the batsman. As Carty was probably looking to play it square of the wicket, but he came back in hurriedly into him, and he was cramped for room and just got it down into the offside.
Too straight for that. All he had to do was stand up on that and defend back down the crease. Much too close for him to be looking to play that away into the offside. Don't have the room to be able to stretch out his hands to play that horizontal bat shot.
So it's little good bit of sunshine coming through. The dying stages. Short delivery, and the fielder down at the back of the point might have missed it as well.
Completely missed it.
Into the boundary. I missed it as well, Carl. Like I didn't really see it, but it has gone down into the boundary for 4.
Brought up a good half century for Casey Carty too. He has had to work hard for this, and I appreciate the discipline that he has shown. So half century to Casey Carty, and the Leewards take the score to 114 for 2.
So what he would want to do now is to convert that half century into a century and then continue to bat and play a long knock for the Leewards. Got a short delivery from McAllister. So he has been really bowling a bit too short in his spell so far. He seems to be the quickest of the medium pacers that we have seen on show so far.
None of them have been expressed really, on the faster side of medium.
So Carty picking up a good half century. He's in 51 from 115 deliveries, and they have put on a good partnership as well. a partnership of some 60 runs, 67. Hit 43, 57 as a matter of fact, 57 runs partnership. Had a short delivery, and Kyle McGraw probably thought that he missed out as the over comes running. That's Carty as a matter of fact. Over is completed, over number 41, 114 for 2.
And we went to the break with 29 overs completed. So the 12 overs since the tea break have proved very productive for the Leewards. They have taken the score from 61 for 2. So that's 53 runs in 12 overs. They have done very well so far. And after words from Gary, you will hear the voice of Earl Smith.
So Warwickon will continue from the media center end, and he will be bowling his 11 overs. So Smith will continue, will replace Carlisle, and so it's 114 for 2. And there's Cameron playing an awful shot in the air. Should be out caught. He is looking to heave it over the mid-wicket area. A slug sweep. The ball came from the bottom of the bat and just went high in the air. Keeper came around. That's Lenico Bolcher and took a simple catch. And the Leewards, they have lost their 3rd wicket as Spitton has taken up his position beside me.
Yes, poor shot there by Go, giving it away. Having gotten a good start, 22. And an important wicket there for Barbados. These two, they would have added some 57 runs, a good partnership. And really giving it up. And seems as though they're going to have a... In fact, no. You see Justin Graves going out to the middle. And Justin Graves now coming in at number 5, whereas...
He batted late in the game against Guyana.
At number 7, rather surprisingly. So it's good to see him going up in the order. He's a much better batsman than number 7.
So the shot from Kyle McGraw, I think it was a ball which was slow in the air. He was looking for the slug sweep. Probably played a bit too early, and it just came from the outer portion of the bat, went in the air, and the keeper took a simple catch. And that's what I was saying before. The Leewards will have to be careful. You're batting slow, and you cannot afford to be losing wickets.
Well, I totally agree with you there, Gary. I would have mentioned that earlier on in the pre-tea session, that it's important that Leewards try and rotate the strike, because no point you're batting long and you get bogged down and then you lose a wicket and you do not have much runs on the board. 114 for 3. And they would have batted a very long time for that 114 runs, being over number 42. So rather a long.
So Graves would want to spend some time in the middle and play orthodox cricket shot. Maybe what Kyle McGraw should have done is to look to play the on drive. Instead he was looking for that slug sweep. He in the first over after the break, after tea, he was able to do the same slug sweep. He got a 6, but this time around he was deceived by a slow delivery from Warwickon and got the wicket of Gore for 22.
Graves comes in at number 5, but I wonder if Graves shouldn't have been coming in ahead of a Gore. But of course the Leeward Islands, they would have their plans in place.
And he did open the batting for Leewards previously as well. So I was surprised when he batted so late against the Guyana team.
Well, everyone was surprised there. I don't know if he was carrying a bit of a niggle, but we saw him bowling 12 overs on the trot.
Warwick has dispensed with the silly mid-off. So there's a point, there's a cover at 3/4 of the way, there's an extra cover, and there's a short extra cover. So Carty have to be careful because the fielder just on the edge of the square at short extra cover. That's Matthew Ford. Anything leaving the bat in the air could be a catch there, but the over is completed. Over number 42, 115 for 3.
Yes, Carty would have to be careful. He was lucky not to be out caught behind half a no ball, and of course this could very well be his lucky day as we look at a few spectators in the southern stand, the southwestern stand, a bit more than we are accustomed to seeing. So it's good to see that more and more people are coming out to look at the games, and this being a day-night match, perhaps we'll see a few more in later on.
Yeah, some of those persons have been there from the start. They have been joined by a couple more persons. So maybe the evening game is bringing out a couple more persons to look at cricket.
Light has improved, or perhaps ironically coming towards the end of the day's play. Well, a long way to go still. This is a day-night match. I keep thinking
this is just a second session.
this is just a second session.
So Kyle Mayers has come in from that far end. His first spell had 4 overs, none for 7. He was bowling that probing off-stump line from this immediate centre end. He has now been brought on from that far end, replacing McAllister, who bowled a couple overs from that far end. McAllister was a bit too short, and Captain Brathwaite has decided to replace McAllister with Kyle Mayers from that far end.
Of course, Barbados will be strong at the start of this match. Shame Holder, of course, one of the spinners in the Barbados team, and perhaps would have been selected today in preference to Cumberbatch to be at the hospital receiving treatment along with Dominic Drakes. Perhaps he would have played instead of Cumberbatch, the off spinner.
So the Barbados just had the 11 players to use. They had no choice but to play the available 11 players.
Of course, these days, really touring teams are just some 13 players. If you are at home, then you could easily call up another player. But unfortunately, Barbados a long way from home. As Carlisle would have mentioned earlier, this is the clash of the middle of the table. Don't think any of these two teams are going to win this year's championship. Guyana, of course, out in front. The front runners at the moment coming into this final round of play. So, of course, each of these teams would be looking to get the better of each other and improve their standing in this year's table. And then, of course, there are players who would be looking to get some runs under their belt. And, of course, with Australia coming into the Caribbean soon, in July, I should say, with a couple of test matches to be played. Players, of course, looking to audition and looking to put some runs on the board.
Yes, so Casey Carty has gotten a good start. He would want to put lots of runs on the board because he has not had a good season and he would want to end with a big run. He was given a life in terms of being caught off a no ball, so he certainly would want to make use of that.
Yes, he came into this match with just some 221 runs with 1/2 century, 92 in the last match against Ghana. And he was just averaging just about 27 or thereabout. So he would be looking to really put some runs on the board.
So Warwick has picked up 2 wickets. Will continue from this the media center end, and Carty will get 4 runs from a delivery outside the off stump, and he played it down towards back out of point. That valiant effort by Jonathan Jakes running down towards the wide third area, was unable to pull it back, and another 4 to Casey Carty.
Carty, of course, would like to fill his boots here. He has gotten the start. He got lucky and would want to make the most of it. With a number of batsmen in the region making some good scores. You can think in terms of a batsman like young Kevlin Anderson, who has been prolific throughout the season. The last match he played here, he scored 77 not out and 101.
Yes, you as batters, and you get a good pitch, you certainly would want to make the bowlers work for your wicket. I'm not sure that these days outside the off stump, and he is caught in the slip. So Casey Carty just looking to give himself room to guide it into the offside, the outer edge found, and a good catch by Kyle Myers diving away to his right. The Casey Carty innings has come to an end, and the Leewards losing the 4th wicket, and Carty has been dismissed for 55, 119 for 4.
Yes, he backed away and looked to steer it into the offside and uncalled for shot. And he could have been looking to play that one straight back in the V, but rather he backed away and looked to steer it down towards the third man and steered it straight in the man's hand at slip, and he's on his way. So flying away a good start, and it's 119 now for 4. And at this point, the umpires have seen it fit to have some refreshment, so we'll take a short break ourselves.
So Warwick will continue after that water break, and after that wicket, where we saw that Casey Carty certainly gifted his hands away and given the Barbados team another wicket. So 114 or 119 for 4, and we are in over number 44. So Casey Carty has been dismissed, as I'm sure he'll be disappointed he didn't carry on after being dismissed caught off a no ball.
It's really a nothing shot there, Gary. And they have to be very careful here because they are known for collapses. They haven't had the sort of start they would like. Here is Andrew sweeping for 4.
Yesterday delivery on the centre leg stump, and he swept it away down towards the boundary for 4. So he's off the mark, and Andrew is one of those players who is not afraid to go after to play his shots, but he also would have to be careful because Leeward have lost 4 wickets. You wouldn't want to give the Barbados team another wicket before the next break, and I'm sure Justin Graves will guide him along, but he played a shot and he was able to get 4, and he's off the mark.
Like I said, Gary, Leeward has been prone to collapses over the last few matches. They collapsed against the Academy. They collapsed against Trinidad and Tobago when they lost some 5 wickets for 55 runs.
Well, they were defeated right here by the West Indies Academy last year, right? They were defeated
Yes,
right here.
Right here. And of course, in the last match they played last week against Guyana, they would have lost some 6 wickets for 55 runs also. So that's 11 wickets for 110 runs in consecutive games. So they really need a partnership here.
So Mayors will want to prevent the Leewards from getting a good partnership. And so Justin Graves, he's on 1, and Joel Andrew, the youngster, has been amongst the runs. He is one of the youngsters that the cricket-loving fans around the Caribbean have their eyes on him, hoping that he can progress well. Justin Graves, who would have made his entrance into Test cricket earlier, would want to make some runs for the Leewards and put them in a much better position than they are in now. 123 for 4. You've seen in the other matches, Jamaica making a small score, Windies also making a small score. Now the Leewards 123 for 4. So Barbados, after winning the toss and inserting the Leewards, certainly would be happy with the way things have gone. They've picked up 4 wickets. The first session was a bit slow, but they were able to get 2 wickets in that first session. 29 overs were bowled, and the Leewards went to the first break, which was a tea break, 61 for 2.
Yes, Barbados they have done well. They have done well. They have restricted the scoring rate, and they have managed to pick up 4 wickets. So at the moment, you could easily say that they have had the better of the game so far.
And it's still a good partnership here at Warner Park, and Barbados will want to continue to pick up wickets. Looking slightly overcast, as the sun has gone behind the dark cloud. It's coming up on 20 minutes to 5 o'clock. So the sun normally sets sometime after 6. As the days, as we get closer to the summer, the days get a little longer. But this is the night encounter.
Don't think you're going to see much.
There was Andrew driving with the bat a bit far from his body, leaving the bat in the air and went down towards the back of the point area for a single. So with a single, he has gone on to 5, 125 for 4 the Leewards. So the over comes to an end. Over number 45 has come to an end. 125 for 4.
We'll be back with the action here at Warner Park. Of course, Graves having some words with his young partner. It's good to know that he's batting with a level-headed batsman. Someone who could guide him along. See the mid-wicket being put in place for young Joel Andrew. And he's sweeping nicely though. And gets a single.
Yeah.
We're seeing the youngsters these days, they prefer to go for a sweep shot rather than the conventional on drive.
Well, they tell you nowadays to be able to play spin properly, especially leg spinners, you have to develop that sweep shot. As a matter of fact, it's not just the orthodox sweep shot nowadays, Gary. It's also the reverse sweep.
Yeah, that's what T20 has done. And the Barbados almost induced a fall shot there from Graves. He was coming on the wicket and driving, left the bat in the air, but he dropped well in front of Warwick, moving away to his right. So the still mid-off has now been brought into a, well, he was going to go into a forward short leg position, but he's now gone into a short mid-on, just on the inside the square, just in front of the non-striker. So Graves will have to be careful. Coming forward, he'll have to get on top of it and prevent it from leaving the bat in the air, because the fielder, Jonathan Jakes, is right there, halfway down the pitch, just in front of the non-striker.
Graves, of course, is from Barbados. We've played a lot of cricket there. A lot of these players would have seen him, and they would have a general idea how he bats. See cover retreating.
Over is completed. Our delivery was on the leg stump. Flight to deliver offline, and over is completed. 126 for 4 after 46 overs. So Barbados certainly keeping things. So after the break, the Leeward had a good session there where they were scoring fairly quickly. They scored 50 plus runs from the 12 overs, which means they were going at just over 4 runs per over. But they have lost 2 wickets since that break, and that certainly would put them back on the back foot.
Groundsman, of course, relaxing a bit. We see a raincoat there. Prepared for any interruptions.
So Mayers is continuing in from that far end. His 6 overs, of course, 9 runs, so certainly keeping things tight. And Warwick, who has picked up 2 wickets to go with his 24 that he has already picked up for the season. Joel Andrew, the youngster, he too would want to be focused and play a long knock for the Leewards.
And he knows that he has been throwing it away, Gary, so one hopes that he curbs his impetuousness and play a good knock. Had a chat with him the other day, and he certainly admits that he has been throwing it away. Last match against Guyana, he came out to bat a second time, and he was just throwing the bat at everything. And he got out almost immediately for a duck.
Is that the exuberance of youth? So he has some talent, but you certainly would want to work on your mental fitness, your physical fitness. You have to think about batting long. You know, with the advent of T20, some more batters are looking to score quickly all the time, but in the 4-day encounter you have 4 days to bat. You want to spend time in the middle, be focused.
He has scored some runs for the season. In one match in particular, he scored 100 and then a half century in the second innings. So he has scored some runs, but he has given it away at times.
So there are 2 slips. Kevin Wickham and Sheen Mosley are the 2 fielders in the slip, first and second. The over is completed by Mayers, 126 for 4 from 47 overs. And the Leewards would want these to take them at least to the next break.
Yes, at 126 for 4. Leewards would not like to lose another. As we look at some more shots, we see Davis in the background. And it's back to the cannon at Brimstone Hill. We are seeing a bit of the Prince of Wales Bastion there, just bottom of the screen. Perhaps we'll get a better look at that a little later on. As this one is defended into the offside.
So Trinidad and Tobago 182 for 6 versus the table topper Guyana. And combined campuses, they're 140 for 2 against Jamaica. Jamaica made 133. West Indies Academy 113 for 3. Windwards made 106. That's batted some 25 overs.
Rather interesting. The 2 bottom of the table teams are doing well in this round so far.
Yeah.
West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges.
So Graves will pick up a single, another single to the total. It will go on to 127 for 4. Or we can make some adjustment to the field, asking the fielder down on the cover boundary to move to his right. Andrew has to be careful. It almost looked like he was looking for an aggressive shot, and he was playing with the bat a bit too far from his body as well. And a little ball just went down into the offside. You get a single down towards cover as he was playing a delivery from off the back foot. One more to the total, takes it on to 128 as over number 48 have come to an end.
Yes, young Andrew, he likes to feel ball on to bat. He's an aggressive player by nature, but his way he, would have to be a bit more patient. His way he has to exercise more caution and try to get a good start. Barbados has persevered all day, though. They have stuck to their task. They've kept good lines and length. But of course, a bit loose at times.
That's a lovely shot by the youngster that's coming onto the front foot, but he will get just single, thinking about a second. As Mayer's bowler delivery, and he was coming onto the front foot. That's Andrew just pushed it down towards the wideish long off area for a single. Fielder McAllister from mid-off had something to do. And they got a single. So with a single, Andrew has gone on to 8. Graves who's on 3 has come into strike. 129 for 4. Barbados inserted the Leewards after winning the toss this afternoon. This is a day-night encounter. Game play started at 1 o'clock. So they won the toss this afternoon and inserted the Leewards. Still a good batting strip. Nothing untowards have happened.
Normally gets better, Gary. Especially after the first morning.
Yes.
The first session, I should say, in this case. Of course, game started at 1 o'clock.
Too wide outside the off stump to tempt the experienced Graves. Probably indicating that there was a bit of movement away outside the off stump, but it was too far. He just watched it go through. So we have some clouds cover all day. No immediate threat of rain.
Most of the clouds have drifted away though. And, have lightened up considerably.
So Mayers continues to keep things tight. He's in his 8th over. Just some 10 runs have come from his bowling so far. 1 run coming from this over. We have some 4 deliveries have been delivered. And at the end of this over, Carla will be joining you. So it's 129 for 4. 2 slips. There's a backward point. There's a point. Graves it's on into the offside, down towards the cover area. Matthew Ford diving away to his right, stopping it and preventing any possibility of a run. So 1 delivery remaining in over number 49. And Mayer's bowling his second spell. His first spell came from this immediate centre end. 4 was none for 7. He's in his 8th over. None for 10. So a dot ball to bring up the end of over number 49. 129 for 4. After comments from you earlier, you hear the voice of Carlisle Powell.
So another 41 overs left in the day's play. Of course, we are in session number 2 with 1 session to go after this. And so far we have had just some 49 overs bowled. And we had some 29 overs before the tea break. So we would have had another 29, another 19 overs bowled since the tea break. So Carlisle on target, would you say?
Or slightly behind.
Slightly behind. But with, for most part, just the 1 spinner operating for Barbados, certainly it has been a bit difficult to accelerate the over rate. And Barbican continues.
By the tea break, we should have completed 60 overs. I don't think we are going to get there.
dinner break. We would have had tea break. I mean,
Correct.
it's a little confusing, but we'll get it right because we thought we were going for dinner or lunch, but in fact it was for tea. So, but it's difficult to really accelerate the bowling with the Carlisle with just the one regular spinner in the Barbados team, defended here by Andrew. And of course, the illness of Shame Holder would have interrupted the plans of the Barbados team. Quick single here as it's played into the cover region. 130 for 4. In the Trinidad and Tobago match, and well, in the Ghana one in particular, we saw quite a number of spinners in action in that game, so the overs went by quite quickly. So end of another over, end of over number 50 in fact. And it's 130 for 4. They're going at 2.60.
I think Barbados would be quite happy on 2 counts. They won the toss and asked the Leewards to bat, and they have picked up 4 wickets, but the score is only at 130. So it's not that the Leewards are scoring quickly. It's not that they have a batsman at the crease or a huge partnership at the crease. The batsmen at the crease are relatively new, with Justin Graves trying to settle his on 3 from 29 and Joel Andrew on 9 from some 19 deliveries. And so those 4 wickets would be very satisfactory to Barbados. I think they would say, listen, we'll take that because the score is not great. It's only 130.
Well, and you know, and this is what I was alluding to earlier on, that the Leewards, they cannot afford to allow themselves to be bogged down, and this is where they would have needed to try and rotate the strike, pick up singles, keep the scoreboard ticking over, because it's kind of pointless batting long, and at the end of the day, you lose wickets, and there's not much on the board.
It's not that they have been bogged down, either smitten. But when you look at the scoreboard and you reflect on the wickets and the manner in which the wickets fell, for example, you take Carty, had done all the hard work, had gotten himself set, had reached a half century, and was backing away against the spinner to try to play a shot into the offside. And nothing shot really, and just steered it to the fielder at first slip, who took a very good catch. I mean, that really was not on. I mean, at 55, you start playing yourself, looking towards a big score.
Doesn't that look familiar, Carlisle, what you saw?
Well, yes, it has happened before. And then look at Go. Look at the manner in which Go got out. You know, look at the manner in which, Go was looking to play that slug sweep, you know, and the keeper took the catch, running to just forward of square, close to the pitch. Henry, just before lunch, looking to play a ball into the onside for perhaps, a single, if he was lucky. And the same thing with Louis, his head fell over. And so they have gifted 4 wickets to Barbados.
Definitely. This one is flashed down towards a backward point, and Warwick does well.
Very well. Good save. Good running as well. They came charging back for 2 runs. So
2 runs to young Joel Andrew.
I'm sure between the last match and now that somebody, whether his family, close friends, the coaching staff here, people from the Leeward's board, must have had a nice little gentle talk with Joel Andrew to remind him of his role. That's too close for him to be cutting. He loves the cut shot, but that's far too close for him to be cutting.
That's on 11. He has gotten into double figures.
You want the extension of your arms when you're playing that cut shot, and you want to be leaning over the delivery and cutting when you're very balanced. Because he loves the shot so much, anything that is short, even if it is close to him, he's attempting to play that shot. And there's a sweeper down on the boundary. That's only going to get him one run.
He's been a bit more sedate though so far in this innings, although we have seen one or two of the shots coming out. But it's obvious that he's aware that he has been throwing away his wicket and he's looking to get a good one here.
The Barbados side has been patient. They have gone about their business. Every now and again, yes, they have strayed in the line that the captain wants them to bowl, but they have been disciplined for the most part and have been rewarded with 4 wickets. And that is what you want to see from the batsmen as well. The same type of discipline. It's the end of the over. It's 132 for the loss of 4. But you're playing at this 4-day level. And this, of course, are you trying out to play at the higher level. Because if you're playing 4-day cricket and you're young like most of these players are, and you don't have visions of playing at the test level, you really are taking up space. You know. So at this level, when you are somebody like Carty and Louis who have played at international level, when you are people like Go and Henry who are fancying your chances to return to play for the Leewards next year and to look to push past the Leewards and to get people to notice you, you have to show the kind of discipline and the kind of patience that is required. Because if you think that this is tough cricket, in June we're playing against the Australians. That's even tougher cricket.
Definitely.
So if you can't show the discipline here, I don't know how you're going to step up in a couple of months' time.
And like I would have said earlier on, there are points on the table for the World Test Championship. And Barbados, they're going to come out. They're going to come hard at the West Indies because they are going to be looking to get every one of those test match points. And of course, the Australian team has a very strong attack. One of the best spinners in the world, Nathan Lyon. And he is where, as this one is pushed down to long on for a single by Graves. Here is where our players need to step up because, they'll be really tested against a spinner like Nathan Lyon when the Australians come here. Spin bowlers have been getting all the wickets in the Caribbean though, which is not a good sign for our international batters. He is one of them who have done well recently for the West Indies, Barbican. Had a very good tour of Pakistan recently with the ball on the bat, driven nicely out towards extra cover, and it's fielded there by Mears, moving to his left, and 2 runs there to young Andrew.
There's a lot to like about Joel Andrew. His confidence, sometimes he's a little overconfident. But there is a lot to like about him, the way he approaches his game. He just must know, mature to understand the art of batsmanship.
Playing into the offside once more. This time he gets 4.
Beautiful adjustment. The last time he played it a little straight and the fielder down at long off was able to run around and cut it off. And beautiful adjustment without really having to shift his body weight much. But he must have very good forearms, very good wrist, because he played that crisply.
Nice shot there by the young man, all along the ground. And with his talent, if he couples that with some patience, certainly he can do very well.
There's no question about his talent. That is not part of the discussion at all. I think most people just want to see his application get a little bit better. That is what we want. But that is only going to come with time at the crease. He's going to learn a lot more batting in tough circumstances than sitting in the pavilion and watching the game.
So 139 for 4. The Leewards, Andrew on 17 and Justin Graves is on 4. Partnership of 21 so far between these two. Graves has been relatively quiet. He has 4 runs from some 32 deliveries. Andrew has only faced some 28 deliveries for 17 runs. Sunshine is really with us now, coming towards the end of the day. And of course, not the end of the day's play. Long way to go still. Probably down past 8 o'clock this evening, Carlisle. At the rate we are going. This one is pulled down to McAllister. Comes off the fine leg boundary, just a single. So 140 for 4. The thing about young Andrew too, Carlisle, if once he stays at the wicket, once he spends time at the wicket, he's going to score runs. He has the ability to score quickly. They seem to have all the shots in the book. Pulls and pulls into the mid-wicket region, getting runs here. And the fielder loses the battle. 4 runs to the young man. Might not have timed it as he would have liked, but he got it away from the fieldsman. And it really raced away towards the boundary. Pursued there by, looks like could have been Cumberbatch who pursued that. And in the end, he lost the chase.
The difference between the 2 short balls there, one to Graves and the other one to Andrews. Graves played, that one made a little bit more height. And he played it later, so he just helped it around the corner. The one to Andrews was a little bit lower. And so he was forward and pulling, but he pulled it forward of square. You know, and those are the ones that batsmen like to see fielders chasing because it gives you the hope you will pull it back. So you have to run hard all the way to the boundary, expending energy. A good boundary by Andrew.
Pulls again, and this time he gets it as far as wideish mid-on and can't score.
He played it a little bit early. He needed to delay that just a little bit and pull it to the right of the fielder down there at mid-on. Continues to bat well.
Good work there by the captain Brathwaite though, preventing a run.
I think our scorer on the manual scoreboard has abandoned us. Showing the runs are showing short there. More beautiful pictures on your screen coming from our camera crew who went out on the their day off. They didn't say that it is time off from cricket, and so they are relaxing. They said, no, we have a job to do. Look at the beautiful sunset.
Yes, certainly beautiful. That seems to be somewhere in the Frigate Bay area, taken from the beach, probably in the strip area. The cameraman might have been positioned, taking a sunset in the west.
I think Justin Graves is good for Joel Andrew because he has such composure, such calmness at the crease. I think somebody like him is exactly who Joel Andrew needs to bat with for an extended period of time.
Yes, most definitely. And it's good that he came in ahead of Joel Andrew also. And he's there still to shepherd him along. Picks up another single down to long off.
Remember somebody like the late Ranako Morton, no question about his talent. But when he got his first 100 in first-class cricket, he batted for a long period with a certain Ridley Jacobs, who helped him to get across the line. And you need this in cricket. You need to be able to bat in pairs, and you need to be able to assess the match situation at the time.
You know, Ridley Jacobs was one of those solid batsmen in regional cricket. Wicket-keeper batsman, of course, but you could turn that around and say batsman, wicket-keeper, because he had a healthy average as a batsman in regional cricket. Single, they're down to long on.
Got to the pitch of it, drove it all along the ground.
In fact, Carlisle Ridley Jacobs in first class cricket averaged 38.75, which, you know, for a wicket keeper is a tremendous average. He would have played some 157 first-class matches, batted 251 times, 57 not out. I guess that's an explanation for that high average. But he got 7,518 runs with a high score of 149 and the average 38.75. So, a tremendous performance there by Ridley Jacobs, as you know, was exhibited in the Test match arena also. And he was solid for the West Indies playing Test cricket. And certainly he would have been an ideal man for someone like Winaka Mountain to be batting with.
No, Joel Andrew also keeps wicket, but I expect that at the end of his first-class career, he should be averaging more than 50.
Oh, yes, definitely.
I want him to average more than 50. He has the ability.
Definitely. Definitely, Carlisle. Certainly has the ability. Here you see stylishly playing down to backward point for a single. And he's very pleasing on the eye. He's the sort of batsman you could watch all the batting, but sometimes, you know, he leaves a bit short because he gives it away. Understand Carlon Tuckett. I said he would like to be like Ridley Jacobs, who is his godfather. This one stabbed into the offside. Seemed to have gotten a bit big on Graves, but in the end, controlled it well.
Played it well.
And picked up a single. So good example there for young Carlon Tuckett to follow. He himself a wicket keeper. I've seen him done a bit of bowling to Carlisle. Young Carlon Tuckett. How good is he a bowler?
Well, I haven't seen him bowl in a long time. But I hope you remember that he bowls with his left hand.
Yes, in the cool and smooth he did. As a matter of fact, he played as a batsman bowler. He did not keep wicket in the cool and smooth tournament last year. He did quite a bit of bowling, and he would have picked up a number of wickets also in that tournament held in St. Kitts last year.
We know a lot of people who bowl right and bat left.
Oh, yes.
He does the opposite. He bowls with his left hand.
And there are some people who bowls with their left hand, Carlisle, and throws with the right. I think there's a Peterson from South Africa who does that. Patel does that. The English fast bowler, his name does not come to mind right now. He does that also. Pulled and pulled nicely. That's a wonderful shot. Well controlled. And pulled for 4. Good shot by the young man, Carlisle.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. For the most part, a number of the Barbados fast bowlers have been short all day, and the batsmen have not really taken them on. But here is Joel Andrew getting one which is making some height, and he played it really, really well in that he got on top of the bounce and pulled it down and across the boundary for 4.
Good, well-controlled shot indeed. Plays that one outside the off stump. This time it goes past the edge and goes through to the wicketkeeper. Partnership now 33 runs. So a bit of a rebuilding process here by these two. 152 for 4. The 150 coming up with that boundary. 150 coming up off some 4.4 overs. Driven that it's a no ball. The hand of umpire Jacqueline William goes out. So 1 more to the score.
When I checked the Trinidad and Tobago game last, they had recovered nicely. Remember, they were struggling earlier today. They were showing 211 for the loss of 6. Remember, they're playing Guyana in what, for all intents and purposes, is the championship game.
Well, good recovery by Trinidad and Tobago. And who are the batsmen staging that recovery, Carlisle?
Gooley is on 54. Kerry Peer was with him for quite a while. Peer made 38. Peer has since gone, and Terence Hines is at the crease.
Who is a bit of an all-rounder also. So some hope there for Trinidad and Tobago. But of course the Guyana team bats well. So Trinidad and Tobago would be hoping to put a good score on the board from that position. But we'll see how that unfolds. Of course, that would be just a dematch, I think.
Yes.
So we're coming towards the end of the second session here, though. Quite some ways to go still.
And when you look at the score in the academy game, remember Windward Islands got bowled out for 106 and the academy 163 for the loss of 3.
Good going there by the academy.
Carlin Boyne Tuckett is on 39 not out, and with him is Teddy Bishop, who is on 32.
Okay, he's getting some runs, the opening batsman from Grenada. Speaking of Bishop the Carlisle, one Bishop has been very impressive for the academy this year. He has not only been scoring some runs as at a number of half centuries, but he has also been picking up wickets, and he He's one of those bowlers who's topping the bowling list. Coming into this round, Joshua Bishop had picked up some 28 wickets. I don't know if he would have picked up any today. And he would have also made a few runs. And so he has been doing quite well, the young man. In fact, he would have had 100 for the season so far and 2 half centuries. So very good going by the young man. Pushed into the offside. And we are approaching.
You can add another 3 to the wickets for Joshua Bishop.
So
Picked
he
up
has gone
3
on
today.
to 31 wickets. Very good performance indeed by the young man this year. And
And I think what is important, Smithson, I think this might very well be our dinner break. But I think what is important is that in the past you could look at the academy and look at the CCC and say, well, they're not really performing to the standard that you want. We have seen some definite improvement in both teams and their performances this year. Yes, they are not in the middle. Yes, they're not challenging for the championship. But you have had individual performances which have opened up the eyes of everybody. We're going to our dinner break with the score 153 for the loss of 4 wickets. We went to lunch, and at that time it was 61 for the loss of 2 wickets. And so the Leewards, they have lost some wickets, 2 wickets since then, but they have also managed to push the score along much faster than in the previous session. And so at dinner, the score here from Warner Park, Leeward's been asked to bat for us 153 for the loss of 4.
Good evening and welcome back to Warner Park. As you see, the players are in the middle. The umpires are also there, about to see the resumption of play after that break, after dinner break. And at the break, the lead was 153 for 4. Carlisle, good evening, welcome back.
Definitely a good welcome back. The place, even though it's evening, still very overcast, but the lights have now taken effect here at Warner Park. And so it's looking nice on the outside. We have 2 more overs to go, Gary. We still have another 34 overs left in the day's play.
Yeah, the first session, some 29 overs were bowled, 62 runs were scored for 2 wickets. In the second session, we had 27 overs, 92 runs and 2 wickets. And so the Leewards went into that break on 153 for 4, with Andrew not out on 27 and Graves not out on 7. Graves, he has faced some 46 balls, and Andrew scoring a little quicker. He has faced some 39 balls, and it seems as though it will be the captain who will be opening attack from the far end after the break. Joel Andrew, he's on 27, he's taking strike. And so we just have so we're in the final session of the first day's play. Barbados sort of won the toss and inserted the Leewards. And Louis was the first to go. He went when the score was on 3. He made 2. He went in the 4th over. He was LBW to forward for 2. Then he had Henry was LBW to Warwick on for 27. Casey Carty was caught Mayor's bowl, Warwick on for 55. Kyle McGo made 22 from 43. And so the Leewards lost the 4th wicket on 119. So these two have added some 34 runs, 34 important runs for the Leewards. There is Andrew going into the sweep shot. Hands of the bowler. Brathwaite going in the air, maybe in anticipation that he might have missed it, but he got back on it and was able to pick up a single. That's the first one after the dinner break, 154 for 4. And Graves, who has been there for some time, he's on 7. So Brathwaite deciding to open the attack after the dinner break, bowling his second over. He had just the 1 over just before lunch, and now he's starting the final session of the first day's play here at Warner Park as the lights taking effect.
And the sun coming out as well, Gary.
Yeah. So a teasing delivery to finish the first over after the break, but Graves just pushed it into the onside. So 1-1 coming from that first over after the break, 154 for 4.
And both you and Earl and Victor have been trying to get me to weigh in on the captaincy question. Have you given thought that perhaps somebody who is not the captain of a regional side can be elevated?
And who is that person? Are you thinking about someone at the moment?
I'll just put a historical fact on the table. When the team went to Bangladesh, the vice captain at the time didn't tour. It's a person by the name of Chase. I've not heard anybody mention his name in this whole question. Isn't he good enough to make the side on his own as a player? And if so, if he was elevated to the post of vice captaincy years back, why isn't he now in the question? Is he past his best? I'm just putting that out there on the table.
Chase has performed when he has played. He's a good batsman, and he's also someone who can take wickets as well. So if you're playing cricket and you have the capabilities, I think that you could be considered. But we have not heard his name mentioned in all of these discussions around. So that's another name that has been thrown into the ring. But the names that have been coming up, Imlak, the captain of the team that is leading in the competition and almost seems likely that they will win the championship. Joshua De Silva, he is leading the Red Force, the TNT team. He was the vice captain of West Indies team at one point. So I think,
And lost his place.
and he has been making runs in this regional competition.
So are you suggesting you'll pick him as a batsman? Because I don't see him getting back the gloves in front of him. Like.
Well, we're just looking at what has been happening in terms of performances. As Matthew Ford would want to perform well, and this is last session of this first day's play. So yes, Joshua De Silva, if we have seen that Imlach has done well, and now he's the captain of the Guyana team and also making runs, and persons are thinking that he's a good captain, so maybe he might be one of the persons who are leading, but we don't know how the coach or the management of the West Indies team are thinking. We can only speculate as to who will be given that responsibility. As Andrew thinking about a single, they were sent back by Graves. So there are lots of permutation, lots of discussion as to what will be the final outcome in terms of who will captain the West Indies team. We have heard the discussion around maybe the Silva thing that he's making runs can make the team as a batsman maybe at the top of the order. That is something that has been bandied around. I don't know if it is a possibility or a likelihood, but
It's a good shot by Graves. Just tucked off the pads into the onside. And Warwickon had to move to his right. Of course, he's left-handed. And so they came running back for 2 runs.
so Warwickon had a unbroken spell between the first break and the second break. He had some 14 overs and he picked up 2 for 44 in the session between the first break and the second break. And he was the one that has been keeping things tight for Barbados and picking up wickets and putting some pressure on the Leewards, even though some of the Leewards batters would have given away their hands. Casey Carty played a delivery wide outside the off-stump, looking to guide it. It was all caught in the slip. Good catch by Mayers. And Carrie McGough looking to play the slug sweep. Took a leading edge, went high in the air, and the keeper just running around from behind the stumps, taking a simple catch at a short mid-wicket. Matthew Ford who got the first wicket. And it's short delivery, and Graves looking to swing it into the onside, got it down to mid-wicket, down to Warwickon who fields, brought up the end of the over, 157 for 4 after 58 overs.
And the Leewards, Gary, are showing a lot more discipline in their approach in this inning than they showed against Guyana when they seemed to be in a bit of a hurry and gifted their wickets. It means that they probably had a good conversation, lovely team meeting, and they probably would have worked out all the maths and said, this is where we went wrong, this is how we have to make the correction. And so the approach has been a little bit more restrained this time around. And the bowling by Barbados has been pretty disciplined as well. As we say good afternoon to all the listeners throughout, not just the Leewards, but Barbados. I suggest that our good friend Andrew Mason might be listening and marking Gary. He's a man, he marks hard. So he would tell us if we were half good.
Yes, we will wait for that information. As the captain Brathwaite is continuing from the far end. You're surprised that Brathwaite has decided to bowl from the far end and the first over after the break?
No, sometimes I think that he's underbowled. And Warwickon did go for an extended spell. Brathwaite himself is not a bad bowler. He has been on target. Saying good afternoon to Mrs. Sonia Bowen Tuckett. I imagine that she had divided loyalties earlier on.
There's Andrew swinging to the onside, down over the mid-wicket area for 6 runs. So Andrew got a ball which was floated up on the centre like stump, and it swung it over mid-wicket for 6.
No, he has a pretty good eye, this Joel Andrew, and very fast hands. And that was in the slot. That is where he wanted it. And so he helped himself to 6 runs. He was talking about divided loyalty. Sonia might have been looking at the game which the academy played. Her son, Colin Bowen Tuckett, took 4 dismissals and made 46.
And there's Andrew going into the sweep shot again, getting it down towards the mid-wicket area, or forward or square. The fielder down at mid-wicket has some running to do across to his right. So was able to get 2 runs. So Tuckett, Colin Bowen Tuckett, the son of Carly Tuckett, would have played 1 match for the West Indies, 1 day international. And Tuckett, Colin Bowen Tuckett has done well this year, Carly. And he has been improving as he continued to play cricket.
Yeah, Carl Tuckett did get that 1 match. Colin would be looking to get more than 1. And he has put up some good numbers this year in terms of his overall tally as a batsman.
So Batford is continuing from the far end.
But you notice that he has plugged the gap on the mid-wicket boundary.
Yes, he has. And Joel Andrew will have to be careful. We saw where Carrie McGraw got a 6 from this, a similar slug sweep off Warwick, and then he tried a similar shot and was out caught. Flatter faster the delivery, looking for the, what do you call it, a lap shot over fine leg, and missed it.
A bit of a naughty shot, though. He wouldn't want to see that again. I mean, somebody should mark it and say, hey, listen, this is the shot that you played in the afternoon at 10 minutes after 6 o'clock. We don't want to see you play that again. Just looking to scoop that one over the keeper. Not worth the risk, really.
Not necessarily at this point in time. You could have just played an easy push back ownership on the onside, but he was looking to just slap it over his head down towards the fine leg area. And if he had taken a top edge and balloon in the air, and the keeper would have taken the catch, then he would have been disappointed.
The exuberance of youth.
So he moves. He is on 37 from 50 deliveries.
I'm immediately corrected. 3 catches and 3 stumpings for Colin Bowen Tuckett today.
So Ford is continuing from the media center end. So he has certainly been doing well. I just want to wish all the youngsters who plays for the West Indies Academy and even the combined campuses and colleges best wishes, and hope they will continue to progress and make it to the top of West Indies cricket, play for West Indies and be consistent.
I'm just a little bit surprised that Colin Bowen Tuckett was not selected for the Breakout League. Shot.
Lovely shot on drive, straight down the ground on the onside of the pitch and into the boundary for 4. Lovely shot there by Justin Graves, who has been there for some time, but he got a ball just on the centre stump and he came forward and he pushed it down the strip on the onside for 4.
Yeah, he has not put up big numbers this season, Justin Graves, in comparison to last season. Strangely enough, he has been batting in the lower order for the Leewards, but he can bat.
Yes, yeah,
that was a very pleasant shot.
He had a good season last year, that scored a number of centuries.
Another good shot.
Should pick up at least 2 runs, as Mayers has some running to do. And just flicks it back, and it should get 3 as a matter of fact. As the fielding is completed by Warwick. So 3 runs to Graves. And with those 3 runs, he has gone on to 1,672. So a good little partnership with developing between these two. Some 53 runs, so the 50 partnership coming up with that boundary. And so Ford will continue from the media center end. He would have gotten the wicket of Mikhail Louis for 2. And he went when the score was on 3. Delivery just on about the off stump, maybe a slow delivery as well. And the batter, Andrew, would have been deceived by that delivery taken behind by the keeper. So Ford is in his 10th over, 1 for 19. And he would have opened the attack from this intermediate centre end. Leeward didn't get a good start. First wicket went down on 3, second on 57, third on 114, and the fourth went down and scored on 119. And Andrew's playing a little bit far from his body ball, outside the off stump, looking to drive, maybe a slower delivery as well. Came from the outer portion down to back of the point. So Andrew's on 37, and he would want to be careful. Still a good batting strip. You don't want to give it away. Sure, you would have seen Karen McGaw and Casey Catty giving their hands away. So good delivery right up in the block hole, and over is completed. So another over completed, and the lead was 172 for 4.
And another good partnership developing between these two. It's not brilliant yet, but they have gone past 50. So that is a very good start. And I continue to say that a batsman like Justin Graves is exactly the kind of batsman who Joel Andrew needs with him, because he is so calm, so cool, so composed, and he brings that to the crease when he bats. And so he's the kind of calming influence that a player like Joel Andrew needs. And listen, when we see young players with talent in the Caribbean, it doesn't matter which island they are from. We want to see them do well. We want to see them continue to mature and to grow their game, because it can only be good for our cricket.
Yes, and Graves has been communicating so ever so often with Andrew, trying to encourage the youngster. Another single to the total takes it down to 173. And Andrew is on 37. So Bathurst is bowling his fourth over from that far end, the Lozak Road end. Barbados winning the toss earlier today and inserted the Leewards. And Barbados squad was reduced to 11 players as 2 of the players came down with a sort of illness and they had to be at the hospital, swinging in the air. How it goes down towards the fielder coming off the boundary, and there was Andrew looking for heave or slug sweep again over the mid-wicket area. We got it down towards the Fowler Square area, and he got a single. So that's Kevin Wickham down on the mid-wicket boundary. Graves come back into strike. We get an easy single to a flat and fast delivery. So they're doing it in singles in this over. I've seen some 3 singles so far in this over from Brathwaite. So they went to dinner break at 153 for 4. And Andrew was on 27, Graves was on 7. Andrew has progressed to 38. And Graves he has gone on to 18. So for Joel Andrew, another fielder has been placed into the onside. So there is a fielder down at back of the square. There's a forward square and the mid wicket on the fence and a long on. There's also a short mid wicket or straightish or wideish mid on. So there are some 5 fielders on the onside for Andrew. Teaser, flighty delivery just on about the center stump. Maybe expecting Andrew to go for the slug sweep, but he just pushed it back down on the offside. So the youngster for the moment is not going to be tempted. Let us see how long he can be cool and calm. This time with a flatter, faster delivery. And Andrew just came down the strip and whipped it into the onside. Got an easy single. So that single has brought the over to an end. So over number 61, that has come to an end. 176 for 4, the Leewards.
And making steady progress since the dinner break. went to the dinner break at 119 for the loss of 4, and these two have settled in quite nicely. Joel Andrew continues to bat well. He's on 39 and continues to have long, important conversations there with Graves.
Yes, so the experience of Graves trying to guide the youngster. And Matthew Ford will be continuing from this, the media center end. We'll be looking to get another wicket. And Andrew is on top of it. Gets it down into the extra cover area. Kevin Wickham is in the way he feels. And Matthew is in his 11 at the start of his 11th over, 1 for 19. And Andrew will get some runs. He goes down towards back with a point. He will go into the boundary, down towards the wide third-man area. It was outside the off-stump. He went for the slashing drive, outer portion of the bat, down past the fielder or to the right of the fielder at a backward point, and down towards the boundary for 4.
Yeah, he was given some width, and he's always quick to seize upon these opportunities, Andrews. He plays that shot into the offside very, very well. The sweeper down there is square, but he had no chance.
So the fielder at backward point has been asked to just move across to his left. There's a slip. And there's a fielder down on the point boundary. So it's a bit wide outside the off stump, and Andrew just pushed it into the offside. So he's on 43 from 60, and Justin Grave is on 18. So Brathwaite just went across to the umpire, have a quiet word with him, showed him the ball, but the umpire seemed not to be very much interested. So he has given the ball back to Ford. So Matthew Ford is continuing from this, the media center end. Short delivery, and gets it into the onside for a single. So with that single, Joel has gone on to 44. So Matthew Ford looking to bowl a short delivery to the youngster, who was looking to take up the challenge, didn't get hold of it. Went down into the onside for a single. Some 5 runs have come so far from this over. A 4 down towards the back of the point, and a single. The experienced Graves has come in to strike. He's on 18. And he's correctly and compactly in behind it, pushed it back down on the offside. So combo batch at mid-on, giving some encouragement to the bowler Matthew Ford. So they'll be bang on target on the stumps, and over number 62 has come to an end. 181 for Ford. Lee was batting first.
And settling down a little bit, because Leewards were in some trouble. 3 for the loss of Michael Louis, 57 for 2 just before the first break when Henry was lost, 114 for 319 for 4, and at that time in real trouble. But these two have been able to take the score to 181 for the loss of 4. 62 overs have been completed. Still another 18 overs left in the day's play. Graves, as I keep saying, has been such a very good calming influence on Joel Andrew. You know, he seems to have reassured the young man and taken some pressure off him, kept him playing well, and here's hoping that the two can be together
You said
and
18 overs, but it's 28, 62 overs.
28.
28.
My bad maths. Still have a lot of time left in the day's play.
So Brathwaite will continue from that far end. And at the end of the previous over, we saw the standby umpire came onto the field with the wing just to test the ball to make sure it's still in good shape. And based on the test done by the umpire, given the ball back to Brathwaite. Brathwaite looking to break this partnership. And Joel, Andrew and Graves would want to prevent that. I'm sure the Leewards would be happy if these two can bat until the end.
Absolutely.
Graves has faced some 60 deliveries and Andrew 63. Andrew's at 45. So there's a fielder on the square, just at a short mid-on. And there's another fielder just to his right at a straightish mid-wicket. Brathwaite is keeping it off stump line. They're going to come too quickly for a single. Cannot stop it. As the fielder has to do some running to his right. That's Jonathan Jakes. Couldn't stop the run as the youngster Andrew was quickly through. One more to the total. Takes it on to 183 for 4. Brathwaite is in his 5th over. None for 17. Delivery flighted on the leg stump. He's swapping it down towards the long leg area. The fielder has to move across to his right. And Andrew gets another two more runs. And so with those 2 runs, he's inching closer to the half century. He's on 47. Shout of no, 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 as the bowler was running quickly across to his right. The over is completed, and 185 for 4, the Leewards.
63 of the 90 overs completed in the day's play. And these two continue to bat very well together. Graves is on 19, and Andrews with him is on 47.
So there might seem as though there's a change of bowling. Matthew Ford has been replaced by McAllister. So McAllister is replacing Matthew Ford from the media center end. So McAllister had 4 overs, none for 11, bowling from that far end. Let us see if his line and length will be different, but coming from that far end, he was digging in the ball a bit too short without much success. So Captain Brathwaite has decided to introduce him from this media center end. Still have a slip there, so there's a slip, a third man. There is a fielder going into the gully, that's Jonathan Jakes. Down at backward point is a fielder. There's extra cover and a mid-off in the Captain Brathwaite. They started another short delivery and dropping in front, just in front of the keeper. That one almost up at the toes of the bowler, Carlisle.
Yeah, he has tended to bowl short, and most of the time that we've seen him bowl that short, the batsman could simply just duck and evade it.
So his first spell was 4 overs. As a matter of fact, his first spell was 2 overs. Then he had a 1 over and was replaced. So he want to hold a much better line and length. And this is a 3rd spell bowling from this time coming from the media center end. And there's some spectators who have been there from the beginning of this match, so they have come out to look at these encounters. I know years gone by, Carla, when we were younger, you used to, when you hear regional cricket and the West Indies players are here, you want to come out to see the West Indies players. I think that the youngsters are still having that kind of interest in seeing West Indies, the players who are playing for West Indies in regional cricket.
Some of the players are, but I think somebody has to make a concerted effort. So you normally would see schools sending out various classes, and nowadays it's not just boys but girls are playing the game as well. We haven't seen that effort where schools send out their students to look at the game. And this is an important part of getting people into cricket.
A short delivery and get a single. We've seen a number of matches being played. They had the women's 50 over competition, and as indicated, no, we did not see any of the school children coming out to look at cricket. I know in years gone by, we used to have the one-day game. Like if there's a competition in the regional competition, we have the one-day matches and the four-day games. The one-day game we played in Nevis, and maybe there'll be a half holiday in Nevis, and the school children will come out to look at the game, and then on the weekend you'll have the four-day match in St. Kitts. But we are not seeing schools coming out to look at these regional matches. And I'm sure that will help to spark the interest in the youngsters. And maybe, is it because the West Indies are dominating as they used to in years gone by?
Not necessarily. If you love the game, you follow the game. I've been up at every hour on the clock looking at West Indies cricket, whether we're doing well, we're winning, or we're losing. I love cricket, so I just follow the game wherever it is played.
Yeah, but that is you love cricket from a long time, because West Indies used to do well, but the youngsters who are coming through now, maybe because a lot of appeal to the delivery, which from this vantage point seem to have been going down the onside umpire, has agreed, and he indicated that he might have just going down the onside, so leg by. But the youngsters who have not been involved or intimately involved in cricket over the years, it will take maybe much more than just love of cricket to continue to watch cricket, even if even though now that the West Indies is not winning.
I agree, but the parents have a responsibility to Gary, not just the schools. The parents have a responsibility of getting these children to the ground, bringing them with them. I mean, I take the boat and come from Nevis to watch cricket, and I've always had a youngster or two who come with me to the game.
All right, so Carlisle has made his departure, and Earl Smitten has joined me. Good evening, Earl. Did you enjoy your lunch or your dinner?
Well, that's a good question, whether or not it's lunch or dinner, but I think it could be described as dinner. Yes, certainly I did. And not really the time of day I normally have such, as this one is played into the offside for runs. Just a single though.
So the weather has held up nicely, even though it has been overcast most of the day. The clouds have been high, but have not really had any significant interruption. Just a few minutes of drizzle that players went off the field.
Not unnecessarily, I thought the game might have continued on, but the umpires thought otherwise. But what we are seeing though here is a good fight back by the two out there for the Leeward Islands. Graves, who is on 20 from some 67 deliveries, in fact. And he's soldiering on and batting well.
So Brathwaite, since he has come into the attack from the farm, well, he started after the break. He has been bowling around the wicket, and he has had two short fielders on the onside and has been bowling the centre and leg stump line, trying to entice the batsman into a fall shot. So far, he has not yet been successful.
He has bowled tightly, but he has been innocuous. I don't think he has really troubled any of the Leeward Island batsmen.
But he has not really been going for, apart from the six that was struck over mid-wicket, he has not really been going for runs. So he's just trying to keep things tight and see if he can lure the batters into a fall shot. But that has not happened as yet. He has bowled, he's in his sixth over, none for 21.
Thing is, the Barbados bowlers, they've bowled well, they've been steady. Gives a good sweep. This brings 4 to Andrew. That's a good shot.
And that's his 50. And he gets a round of applause from his supporters and the teammates down below us. and he raises his bat. But I would want to think though that this would encourage him to try and stay in the middle. If 50 runs on a good batting strip, you should be looking for more than 50.
Well, you can see though, he has been restraining himself for most parts in this innings, and this has been a good solid knock by the young man. And as we have been saying before, as Carlisle would have said, it's good that a batsman like Graves, with the temperament of Graves, is out there with him. And as a matter of fact, just an over ago, I saw Graves going down and having some words when the strike was rotated and he was about to face McAllister, who tends to dig it in a bit. And Graves would have gone and would have had some words to the young man. Immediately, Mr. McAllister digging one in, but he just got on top of it and rode the bounce and kept it down. Perhaps Graves might have been telling him, well, there are two fieldsmen out there for the hook shot, and please eliminate that at the moment.
Still to feel it deep on the onside, and delivery going down. The keeper Boucher is moved across to his left, collects. So there's a fielder down at back of square, and there's also a mid wicket on the fence. There's a straight mid wicket and a mid on. We have a slip and the gully. There's a point on the boundary, extra cover, and a mid off. Captain Brathwaite is at mid off.
In fact, in the match against Guyana, he got out hooking and being caught at backward square. That's young Gerlanjo, that is.
So you have to be careful. You have to curb with aggression. That's a good bit of fielding by Matthew Ford at extra cover. Tumbling effort. They got some applause from his teammates. That's a much better delivery. Fuller. And Graves looking to turn it in, whip it into the onside. Just got it down towards straightest mid wicket. Jonathan Jakes is in the way he feels. So the Leewards recovering somewhat. Have to be 119 for 4 in the 44th over.
74-run partnership between these two. And just what the doctor ordered for the Leeward Islands.
Another good tight delivery from McAllister. So this over has been much better length, much better line. And he has been able to keep things tight. So 4 deliveries, 4 dot balls have been delivered by McAllister bowling from the media center end.
What I've noticed too is he's not really pounding it into the pitch as he would have done in his previous spells. Of course, it's his 6th over.
So a little bit shorter. And the batters hustle through for the first one. Andrew, the youngster, looking for the second. Low shot of no from Graves. So that's a single.
Good early call here from Graves. He had settled for the 1-1 and quite early shouted loudly and clearly a big no.
This is a day night encounter. This is the final round match in the regional competition. All of the other matches are played day games. So I think in each round there would have been a day night encounter. And that's a delivery right up on the leg stump, past the keeper, and it will go down towards the boundary for 4 runs. So it came off the bat, a poorly lined delivery, and the batsman just got inside of it and played it down towards a fine leg for 4 more runs to Joel Andrew to bring up the end of that over.
Yes, so 4 runs. So we're back with the cricket. I've been looking at the sky screen throughout the day. I carry. I don't recall what color side screen they use in the other day-night matches, the test matches, international matches. Of course, it's a pink ball. And one wonders whether or not it's easier to pick up the pink ball against a black background as opposed to a white background.
That's a good question. And the pink ball has a black seam, so they're saying that the pink ball it's easier to pick up the pink ball at night, but as you indicated, the black side screen, I don't know if that. It probably is the pink against the black side screen should be fairly.
Should be fairly okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope so. Well, no complaints from the batsmen. They seem to be seeing it well.
So there's a change of bowling from that far end. So it's Jonathan Jakes. Jonathan Jakes, no, that's Kevin Wickham has been brought in to the attack from that far end, bowling his first over.
Barbados, of course, would have had to do some juggling with the attack today. Of course, spin bowler Shame Holder being hospitalized. He and it was Dominic Drakes. We haven't had an update on their conditions, but certainly Barbados fighting well, but having to juggle the bowling a bit. Shame Holder, of course, being an off spinner in the Barbados team.
So we come is the 8th bowler that has been used by Captain Brathwaite. So certainly making use of all of the bowlers or all the players who are bowlers or normally would do some bowling. So Wickham is bowling his first over from that far end, trying to break this partnership. A nice little partnership developing between these two. So partnership of how many runs? 79 runs.
Wickham started well. He's bowling a good line and length. Not a very smooth runner by any means, but attacking the stumps. And as we look out into the evening sky, Gary, all day long we have had a cloud cover.
That's a lovely shot. 2 extra cover, 4 runs to Graves. Just came forward and drove it sweetly between, well, to the right of the field at extra cover and down towards the boundary for 4.
Very good shot indeed, all along the ground. And of course, Wickham obviously a part-timer in the slot, and driven nicely by Graves, was moved on to 26 with that boundary.
So with the boundary, 200 coming up for the Leewards.
This time it goes to cover, and no run scored there that time. Matthew Ford, of course, the fielder.
Graves facing up to Wickham in his first over. So his over has come to an end. Just the 4 runs. So over number 67 coming up has been completed. 202 for 4. The Leewards after being inserted by the Barbados team.
So we have another 23 overs left in the day's play. According to my watch, 6:42. So the time zone should be somewhere in that region. Of course, the umpire's times are the only accepted times in this match. They are the official times. But another, let's say another 15 minutes before the top of the over, Gary, another 23 overs to be bowled. This would probably take us down past the 8 o'clock hour this evening.
Yes, they would have bowled 29 overs in the first 2 hours this morning. The second session, they bowled 27. And so they would have they have to bowl 34 overs in the final session. They have already gotten through a few. They have gotten through, how many, 14?
Well, we have another 23 left, and you said they had 34 in the last session.
Well, they had 29 in the first, 27 in the second, so they need to bowl 34 in this last session to get up to 90.
Yeah, so 23 left. It means that they have only bowled 11 in this session so far.
Yeah, 56, yeah. And just, 11 in 45 minutes, roughly. So another 45 minutes for another 11 overs. It will take you up to 7:30, so it'll be just a little bit after 8 o'clock maybe.
After 8 o'clock. Of course, medium pace is in operation. Combo batch is in operation at the moment. And we had Wickham from the far end bowling medium pacers. So that slows things up a bit.
$203 for 4 as Combat has been brought back into the attack again, so he has been given a number of short spells. So he has bowled so far 8.2 overs, none for 33. So he had 2 overs between the start of play and the first break. Then between first break and the second break he had some 5 overs, and now he's bowling another spell.
He only has himself to blame for that fourth column, which is blank. He could have had the wicket of Carty caught behind, but he overstepped, and Carty went on, not really capitalizing on that chance, but at the same time, Cumberbatch would not have picked up a wicket.
So yes, he would have overstepped on a couple of occasions. You also saw McAllister as well bowling on the ball from that far end. And now Cumberbatch is bowling from the media centre end. I think most of this is the first time it's coming from this media centre end. So we have seen a good partnership developing between Graves and Anju. That's exactly what the captain and management of the Leeward team would have been hoping for. Cumberbatch has been brought back into the attack to see if he can break this partnership. Graves has looked solid, and on the other hand, the youngster Joel Anjo has also looked good, and he has been aggressive at times.
Yes, he has looked quite good, and this knock would have taken him past 400 runs for the season. And he has had a pretty good season. I think the last time I saw his figures, he would have been somewhere in the region of 380 plus runs, and this half century would have taken him well past that 400 run mark. So he has been having a good season.
So Wickham will continue from that far end. And lovely drive by the youngster into the offside to welcome the second over, the first delivery of the second over from Wickham. Just came forward, that's Joel Anjo, and punched it through the covers, down towards the boundary for 4. Lovely shot.
Yes, and certainly the young man is growing in confidence. As a matter of fact, I think it was at the end of round 5, Andrew had some 390 runs. He did not do too much in the match against Guyana. I think he got a duck in one innings.
So as a result of that shot, the offside field has been strengthened. The field has been placed down on the cover boundary. So will continue from that far end. So there's 3 fielders out on the offside. There is a fielder down at third man. There is a point, and there's also a cover on the boundary. There's 7 fielders on the offside. You see 2 fielders on the on. That's the captain Brathwaite. He's at mid on, and there is McAllister down on the back of the square fence. So Bickham has been asked to keep that off stump line. So there's an extra cover and a cover. Don't know how often McAllister has bowled for the season, but Captain Brathwaite has given him the responsibility of trying to break this partnership. But what we have seen so far has not been threatening to the batters. We have seen 2 boundaries struck off his bowling. He's in the second over. None for 9. Graves is getting the delivery kept a little bit low. He had to come down hard on it. A shout of bold by the fielders. Maybe thought that might have gone through the defense of Graves, but he got back on it.
So Andrew got 16 and not against Guyana. And prior to that, he had scored some 390 runs in the season so far, which means he came into this match with some 406 runs under his belt. And having added some 62 runs, he has now gone to 468 runs. And certainly the young man, despite his indiscretion at the time, he certainly has done well.
So he has an opportunity to probably get up to a second century. He has to bat well. And Graves has been giving good encouragement as the over comes on in over number 69. So we still have some 21 overs remaining. 280 it is for 4 Leewards.
Yes, they're going at 3.01 runs per over. Fairly good strike rate, and considering that their last 4 early wickets, now fighting back with an 89-run partnership between these two. And they're doing well.
So Cumberbatch will continue from this. The media centre end on for 33 from his 9 overs. The youngster Joel Andrew is on 62. He has faced some 76 deliveries.
Certainly has restrained himself for most parts in this innings, and this has been a good knock by the young man. Already toured with the West Indies senior team, toured to Pakistan. They won the team, of course. He would be looking for bigger things in the future.
They's played a naughty shot outside the off number, was wide, looking to play it square the wicket. Missed it, taken behind by the keeper. I has actually gone through the keeper, as a matter of fact, and dropping in front of the keeper, couldn't stop it, and it goes down towards the boundary for 4. Any signal coming from the umpire, Smitten?
Yes,
Buys.
buys.
So 4 runs have been added to the total. We show it's 4 buys. Total has gone up to 212. Can't recall seeing a signal coming from the umpire.
There was a signal. I'm not certain of the buy signal. We could probably have a look at it again. The scorers have it down as 4 runs. I see it's in red. I don't know if that is significant. Could probably have a look at it again. Flash, the keeper misses. Runs away for 4. Oh, well, we missed out there.
212 it is. And
The runs were not credited to
Andrew get
Andrew.
a short delivery, looking swinging to the outside, and he's given out caught behind a short delivery. And there was Andrew looking to swing it into the onside. Probably came off the glove, and a good catch by Lenico Boucher. And the youngster inning has come to an end, caught at the wicket for 66. And the Leewards, they have lost the fifth wicket. Short delivery and just came off the top part of the battlement in the air, and a good catch by the keeper moving away to his left. And the Leewards losing another wicket with a score of 212.
Well, just as we were singing the praises of young Joel Andrew, going for an aggressive shot, looking to pull into the onside, and the ball probably brushing the gloves on its way through to Boucher, who has not had a very good day behind the stumps, but when it really mattered, he roped in the catch. So well taken there by Boucher, and a good breakthrough for Barbados, now breaking the partnership. And the 5th wicket is down for the Leeward Islands.
So as you look at it on the monitor, was actually an excellent catch by the keeper. It was short, and there was the youngster winding up for a big pull shot, and the ball came onto him maybe a bit slower, and you saw it, and it came off the bat, went in the air, going to the left of the keeper. Took a very good catch, and he has been dismissed for 66. And that will bring the experienced wicketkeeper batsman Jamal Hamilton, who has been making some runs for the season, has done well with the bat.
477 runs for the season so far, Jamal Hamilton. So he's one of the top 5 batters at the end of round 6, and has done well for himself. Has not had a century for the season though. A high score of 84 runs earlier on in the season. I think that was against the West Indies Academy.
So he will face his first delivery. I'll be off the mark.
The ball also.
So Boucher bowling, or that's Cumberbatch bowling another no ball, maybe looking to put an extra effort into that delivery to the new batter, overstepping. And so the total will move on by 214 for 5. Just saw the dismissal of Andrew, caught at the wicket, a short delivery, and taken by the keeper moving away to his left. Solid defensive shot from Justin Graves. So Cumberbatch has been finally rewarded. He should have had the wicket of Carty earlier, but he transgressed. But this time he got the wicket of the youngster Joel Andrew. And that's what we have been saying about the youngster. You have gotten in, you would have gotten to a half century, and you want to look to bat and bat long and make a big century on a good batting strip here at Warner Park. So over number 70 has come to an end. The latest score here at Warner Park, 214 for 5, the Leewards. So 214 for 5 from 70 overs, so we still have 20 overs remaining. And is this a 2020 game? Normally it's you have night matches in 2020, sometimes start at 7 o'clock, so just on about 7 o'clock, so 20 overs remaining in the day's play. And so let us see if I'm sure the Barbados team will be satisfied with where things have gone. The Leewards have not scored quickly. I've picked up half of the wickets, and we still have some 20 overs, and it's a strong possibility that can pick up 2 wickets before the end of the day's play. The Leewards will be hoping that the experienced Hamilton and the Graves can take them to the end of the day's play, which means they would have to bat 20 overs. A delivery which will go down towards the back of the square area and a single. So Leewards will be hoping that these 2 experienced batters will and can bat 20 overs.
Well, just to give you an idea of the experience of Hamilton, for example, he's been around since a teenager. When they played the first day night for the match here at Warner Park, Hamilton was part of the Leeward Islands team back then in 2014. This is 11 years later. He's still part of the Leeward Islands team.
So there's a strong offside field. There's an extra cover. There's a cover. There's also a cover on the boundary. There's a point on the boundary and a third man. So I'm not sure if it's all that necessary to have all those 3 fielders back on the boundary on the offside, but the captain Brathwaite have decided that that is the best field for the youngster Wickham bowling from the far end, and he has gone all the way down to the bowler to have a quiet word with him, maybe to speak of a plan. And short delivery and goes through the keeper, is it?
Yes.
And it's gone down towards the boundary for 4 pies, signaled by umpire William. The delivery on the leg stump, but the keeper moving across to his left couldn't stop it. And it has gone into the boundary for 4 more runs.
Valuable runs for the Leewards, of course. Helps to build the score, helps to build the partnership.
So Wickham has been given the responsibility of bowling from that far. He's in his 3rd over. Just seen a dismissal of Andrew caught at the wicket for 66.
I must say to Gary that when Hamilton played in 2014, he was not too successful with the bat. Oh,
Good shot delivery as Graves was coming into the front foot. There was dogging shot by Wickham and caught the batter somewhere on the helmet. But a good shot delivery, and I'm sure the umpires will be doing the concussion test.
most definitely. Yes, good one. Really caught him by surprise. Wickham is off a short run. He's not the quickest of bowlers, but he really dug that one in and he got up off a good length. And they're seizing the opportunity to take a drinks break. And we'll seize the opportunity to take one also. Well, we're back with the action here. Concussion test taken and water break taken at the same time. Wickham will continue to Justin Graves, who is defending. Previous delivery taking Graves on the helmet. Gary might have been caught by surprise.
I think it was more that he lost sight of that. It was a short delivery. It wasn't quick to say, but he seemed to have lost sight of it and it crashed into his helmet.
Well, he's there still. He had the concussion test, seems to be okay. And the over comes to an end. Just one delivery that was left in the over. Graves is on 26. Hamilton is on 219 for 5. And another 19 overs to go. Just gone past the top of the hour. And Cumberbatch, the medium pacer, is continuing off a longish run. So we are going to be in for some overtime. And here is Hamilton drawing away.
Dead ball has been signaled by the umpire. I think there was something not... I think the captain was...
making an adjustment, I see.
Yeah, there was some talk in the field where the bowler was coming in. I think the captain was trying to make some adjustment to the field. So the batter, Hamilton, realizes and he just draw away from the stumps.
Ball, in fact, was delivered and it went all the way down to a very straight fine leg region where it had to be retrieved from amongst the covers.
So Hamilton, who is on 2, will be facing up to Cumberbatch from this immediate center end. 219 for 5. Body line delivery. And Cumberbatch has had the tendency throughout the day to be showing down the onside. And even that the delivery that got the wicket of Joel Andrew was a short delivery going on the onside. And Andrew probably looking to hit it somewhere out of the park. Probably played a bit too early and the ball just came off the top of the bat and taken behind by the keeper.
Shot which has gotten him into trouble before. And I suspect Graves would have spoken to him about that shot. Probably asking him to, cut that shot out. But in the end, the exuberance of youth got the better of him.
So delivery from Cumberbatch struck the batter Hamilton on the pad, but obviously going down the onside, umpire not interested. So Cumberbatch will have to try once more. There was Hamilton thinking about the single. And so the field that cover, preventing the possibility of a run. So there are 2 short fielders on the onside for that shot off the pad that might lead the bat in the air. You have a fielder at a straightish mid wicket, and to his right at a short, forward square area is another fielder. And we also have McAllister at mid on. Lewis Hamilton is driving. Captain Brathwaite has someone to do from mid-off. A single to Hamilton. He moves on to 3, 220. So in over number 72. We have to complete some 90 overs. So after this we have 18 overs remaining. We have the medium pacers operating for Barbados team, or we can with a bowl non-stop between the tea break and the dinner break. Bowl some 14 overs on the chart. Short delivery, ballooning over the head of Graves. It just allows it to go through. Umpire signal one above the shoulder for the over. The first one above the shoulder. So we might, I don't know if you're going to see Warwick before the end of the day split, but he had a long spell between the first session and the second session.
Had a long spell, but it has been pretty cool, and we're into the evening session now.
It's a good delivery from Cumberbatch to bring up the end of the over. Just one run coming from that over. Leeward's 220 for 5.
Just the 20 for 5, and another 18 overs left. I think there should be a cut-off point in this match, probably around 8:30, I suspect. And but I think they should get in these overs before 8:30. But against Trinidad and Tobago, against Guyana, as a matter of fact, the Leewards fell short. Well, not just the Leewards, but the Leewards and Guyana fell short of the mandatory overs by 12 on the first day. And then on the second day, we saw the umpire having some words with the captain before the start of the match, and things really sped up that day. And on the second day, there was an extra over. On the third day, I think they had a few extra overs also. They really sped up things, and the game moved forward quite quickly after the first day.
So Wickham is continuing from that far end. Is the last over. He would have struck Justin Graves on the helmet with a short delivery. So maybe that he probably will think that he's a fast bowler, Smitten.
Well,
He can tell his friends when he go back home that he struck Justin Graves with a short delivery.
Of course, both players are from Barbados, so he's a good shot though. Played into the offside for 2. Simmons chasing after it. In fact, they overthrows here, and they get an extra 2 runs, so it turns out to be an all-run 4. So the return from Simmons not a very good one.
And Shane Mosley could not complete the backup on the onside. They went through him, and they were able to pick up an extra 2 runs.
So important runs these for the Leeward Islands. Barbados giving away some runs. The bowling has been miserly for most parts today, but giving away runs in the field. He is not a lifter from the young man Wickham. So he's a tall man, and when he digs it in, he gets some bounce.
That one was short, but it was outside the off stump. And there was Hamilton just looking to play it over the slips, missed it. Or maybe he rehearsed that shot after the ball would have passed.
After, he would have pulled inside the line, but he with a naughty shot though.
I think he was cramped for room because the ball came back in towards him. He was looking to play it square the wicket, and he found that the ball came back in towards him, and he was cramped.
Well, I think it was in the first instance a bit too close to him for that shot. And as you rightly said, he found himself cramped for room in the end.
So the Leewards, I'm sure, would hope that these 2 batters can take it to the end of the day's play with over number 73 just come to an end. 224 for 5, 17 overs remaining in the day. Just about 45 minutes before 8 o'clock. See, the game starts at 1 o'clock. It's normally, how many hours? 7 hours play, including lunch. So should the end of play should be at 8 o'clock, and maybe just beyond, maybe 8:30, extra half an hour maybe.
Yeah, extra half an hour. I think there's an extra half an hour for the cut-off time. So if the overs are not bowled by 8:30, I suspect that will be the end of the day's play. But we do hope that these overs will be bowled by then.
And with the 2 medium pacers in the attack, it will take it a little longer than if we had two spinners operating.
Yes, most definitely. Onus, of course, would be on the captains to get the overs in.
We get 4 runs at short delivery, and the experience of Graves just got inside of it and played it down towards the final area. And the fielders were probably hoping that it would have gone closer to the keeper, but it was well out of his reach and down towards the boundary for 4.
Graves is being rewarded for his patience here. He has been very patient throughout his innings. He's now on 30. And the 30 runs coming from some 98 deliveries. And he's at the wicket, and the bad balls will come along. There was one badly lined, and he was able to put it away.
I think he's trying to keep that center and leg stump line, because you have those 2 short fielders on the onside. But the previous delivery was a bit too much on the onside, and he just got inside of it and played it down towards fine leg for 4. So he's looking to make use of those 2 fielders short on the onside to see if the batter Graves can push one to either one of those 2 fielders.
Graves seems to be squaring up a bit though. So that's an option by Cumberbatch.
And there was a shot he was looking to play it into the offside, but it came from the inner portion of the bat. Bat on the strip on the onside. So play started at 1 o'clock. Barbados won the toss and inserted the Leewards. Leewards opened with Mikhail Louis and Karim Henry. Louis made 2, he was the first to go. And Henry made 27.
Louis, of course, playing across the line of a full-length delivery. Looking to work one from on about centre stumps into the onside. And he had only scored 2 runs, and he was struck plumb in front. And umpire Gustard had no hesitation in sending him on his way. Henry hung around for some time, and then in the end he gave it away, looking to turn one into the onside.
So another short delivery to bring up the end of the over number 74, 228 for 5 the Leewards.
Then, of course, we had Carty, who was batting quite well. He was given a chance. In fact, he was already walking when he realized that a no ball had been signaled. And then later on, he gave catching practice to the lone slip fielder, steering the ball right into his hand, backing away. As we see those faithful spectators in the southwestern stand, they have been there all day, all through this match, looking on.
There must be some staunch cricket lovers. Not seeing anybody of the younger generation here looking at this game. The experienced persons would have seen good cricket over the years, and they came here hoping to see a good match. They're hoping to see the Leeward's batters do well, and more specifically, I'm sure they were hoping that Mikhail Louis would have done well today, but that wasn't the case. He was dismissed for 2.
Yes, I know, quite a few of those spectators, quite a few of the few would have come in to see Louis get a good score today, but I'm sure they would have been very disappointed.
So Wickham is continuing from that far end, even though he has not picked up a wicket. His captain has persisted with him from that far end. He's in his 5th over. None for 15. So Warwick is down on the cover point boundary. We'll be hoping to get another over or 2 before the end of the day's play, before the end of the 90 overs. We're in over number 75, so 15 overs remaining after this. He had a spell between the first and second session of 14 overs, 2 maidens, picking up 2 wickets for 44 runs. His first spell in the first session, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 5. Another bad line delivery. And it goes down to the onside. Bit of a fumble. The fielder down on the boundary, but the batters didn't capitalize to come back for the second run. So 1 more to the total, 230. And with a single, Justin Graves, he has gone on to 31. So he came in at number 5.
Number 5, of course, and I don't think, unless he's injured or something of that nature, I don't think he should be batting any lower than number 5 in this Leeward Islands lineup. Perhaps batting, even coming a bit earlier ahead of Kareem Mago at number 4.
Got a short delivery from Wickham, and Hamilton just watches it go through to be taken by the keeper. So Wickham has been digging in a couple of those deliveries. Maybe thinking he can rattle Hamilton after he shock Justin Graves on the helmet. Maybe he's inspired and to continue to bowl some short deliveries.
Here we go again.
Not a short one. Taken behind by the keeper. Over has been completed, and the ladies score 230 for 5.
Back with the action though, as the first day of this match winding down. Still some distance to go though. Another scoreboard is saying another 15 overs left in the day, so in fact it is 75 overs bowled so far. 5 overs before the second new ball is due. Whether or not Barbados would take it, well, it's left to be seen. Certainly it would become due before the end of the day's play.
So Common matches continuing from the media center end. So he's in his 13th over, which means he's bowling some 5 overs on the chart. So maybe he's coming close to the end of his spell. He has picked up a 1 wicket, 1 for 44. He got a wicket of Joel Anjo, caught on the onside by the keeper. Much fuller length delivery and pushed down to mid-on. And fielded by Wickham. Barbados Pride winning the tosses this afternoon at 1 o'clock, or minutes to when this toss was spun at 12:30, and inserted the Leewards on a good batting strip. Another delivery straight on the onside. So Justin Graves will pick up another single. The Leewards open with Louis and Henry. Louis made 2, Henry 27, Carty 55, Karimago 22, Joel Andrew the last with his miss, he made 66. And Warwick has bowled 19 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 49. And Ford has picked up a wicket as well, and also Cumberbatch. Cumberbatch is in his 13th over, 1 for 45, make it 46 with that single. And so 232 it is for 5.
Carty must be a bit worried about his form. Well, let me backtrack on that. He was timing the ball well. The ball is coming from the middle of the bat. but he must be worried over the fact that he's not getting the sort of big scores that he would like coming into this match. Just averaging about 27. And the scoring, getting a half century, second half century of the season. But there should be a bit of concern there for him. And I'm pretty certain he'll be hoping that there's a second chance in this match for him to try and get a good score.
And look at this field that has been set by Captain Brathwaite. There are 3 fielders short on the onside is a short mid wicket. There's a fielder to the left or to the right of the fielder at short mid wicket, and then there is a fielder at a short back of the square. There's still also a fielder down at long leg, and there is a mid wicket on the boundary. So 3 fielders short on the onside. So what he's trying to do is to encourage the bowler come back to keep that centre and leg stump line and hope that he can give a catch to one of those fielders short on the onside.
Well, obviously he's seen something there. I've seen the batsman screwing up a bit, and there's a possibility there.
So that delivery more on the off stump. And now we see the emergency fielder bringing on some protection for a fielder who might be going in short. Some shin guards or some pads, if you want to say pads, but they protect the shin. So one of the fielders might be going in short, and it's possibility that spinner might be coming into the attack. We'll wait and see. But the over is completed. 230 for 5.
Well, not only the shin guard, but 2 extra helmets being brought out.
So Warwick can seem as though he's going to be coming into the attack from that far end.
Keeper, of course, would have to don a helmet as prescribed in the rules these days. So in the last match, one of the Leeward Island batsmen, I think it might have been Henry, I can't recall, but opting to bat a fast bowler without a helmet. And the umpire got into action and told him that he cannot face that bowler without a helmet. Of course, the rules were revised last year, making it mandatory that once you're facing a bowler, well, you might tell me not necessarily a fast bowler, but a bowler comes off a long run, you have to wear a helmet, or if you're at forward short leg silly point close into the bat, or the wicket keeper upon the stumps, it's mandatory that you wear a helmet.
So Warwick has been brought in from that far end, bowling his first over of this spell, and bowling first over in this last session with some 14 overs remaining. And with the spinner coming in, we should get to the overs quicker.
Guess the Barbados team are aware that things are slowed down considerably. And of course, Warwick has picked up some 3 wickets so far, so searching for another wicket here. 3 overs after this, and then the new ball becomes due.
So Hamilton is not going to be tempted to buy the delivery outside the off stump. Or we can has picked up 3 for 49. Picked up 1 wicket in the first session, 2 in the second session, and be hoping that he can pick up 3 in the final session. That would be good for Barbados and not good for the Leewards. So the Leewards, we're hoping that these 2 will take them into the end of the day's play.
Well, they need to. You know, there lots of time. This is only the first day, and they're not a very big total on the board.
And the other matches that have been played have been progressing quickly. So we're over number 77, 233. It is for 5, the Leewards.
Just about 7:30, 7:29.
This Graves beaten by a good delivery, flat and fast, coming onto the front foot. And he was beaten. David just held his own just on the off stump. Maybe was looking for the ball to come back in towards him. Just held its own and taken behind by the keeper to bring up the end of the over. 77 overs gone, 233 for 5.
Yes, another 3 overs before the second new ball becomes due. But I suspect that that is not going to be taken this evening. But who am I to decide that? Of course, Warwick has just been brought into the attack. And has bowled the first over of this particular spell. So we'll just have to wait and see whether or not the Barbados captain Brathwaite, whether or not he decides to go for the second new ball. We saw the Leeward Islands bowling 161 plus overs the other day in the match against Guyana with the same ball. And they never exercised the option to take the second new ball at any point in that innings, that second innings for Guyana. Guyana, of course, would have scored 490 runs in that innings. 490 for 9 declared. Coming back out after 10 losing the wicket and then declaring.
So Cumberbatch is continuing. We thought that he probably was coming to the end of his spell. The captain has asked him to give another over. So he's bowling his 14th over from the media center end. And so there's some 6 overs on the chart. If you're fit, 6 overs should be easy. 6 overs on the chart should be easy as a medium pacer.
Graves bowled 12 on the trot the other day.
So with telecombined compasses, 174 for 4 in response to Jamaica Scorpions 133 and Trinidad and Tobago 214 for 7. West Indies Academy 197 for 5 in reply to the Windward Islands 106. And here the Leewards are 234 for 5 after being inserted by the Barbados captain Brathwaite. And speaking of Barbados captain, he has given up the captaincy of West Indies, and if you do not have any interest in captaining the West Indies team, should it be a case where he can pass on the mantle to someone else in the Barbados team as well, Smitten?
Well, you can say that of some of the other teams too. I don't think some of the other captains have an interest in captain in West Indies. You could take Cornwall as an example. I don't think.
Yeah, but it's a different. He has given up the captaincy of the West Indies team. Cornwall is not the captain of West Indies team.
I know. I understand
He's the captain of Leeward.
I understand what you're saying, but by the same token, players captain their territories. As a matter of fact, some players have given up playing Test cricket, international cricket, and they still continue to play for their team. So, and I don't think you'd want to give up the captaincy of the Barbados team in the middle, coming towards the end of the season. We just have to wait and see what options you take going forward next season. For example, just one game left in the season. So it's not surprising that he would have continued on.
So a delivery, and we get another boundary. So the line that the Barbados team has been employing against Graves has not been working. It has not been successful for them It has been successful for Graves because he has been getting a couple of boundaries on the onside from some poorly lined deliveries, and all he had to do is to get inside the line of that and place it down fine for 4.
The other thing too, whoever is selected to be captain of the West Indies team, I would like to hope that that player could hold their place in the team. Of course, names are being suggested, but essentially you want a player who could hold the place in the team and command the respect of the team in general. You do not want to pick a captain for picking a captain's sake.
So you think we're gonna move to a situation these days where you have a captain who's not playing, like in Davis Cup, you have person in tennis, you're the captain of the team, but you're not playing. Can you have that in cricket?
Well, only if you're playing IPL in India, where you can use an impact player and this other stuff. But I don't think that is going to happen just now.
So Brathwaite just gave Warwick just the one over from the far end. Maybe Warwick has indicated that he's not comfortable bowling from that far end. So maybe we will see Warwick coming from the media center end in the next over.
Quite possible.
So
but I know, Gary, Imlak has been mentioned. The Silva has been mentioned. Both of these two have been making runs. Can both of these play in the same team? Can the Silva make the West Indies team purely as a batsman? Can we say the same thing of Imlak? One suspect that Imlak would continue to keep wicket.
And if that is the case, then it is possible that he can be the captain, because if the Silva is not going to be making the team as a batsman, then it is possible that Imlak could be given the responsibility.
Certainly would have to look at the makeup of the West Indies team.
But the other names that have been mentioned, Shea Hope has been mentioned as a possible candidate for West Indies captaincy. We're hearing that there might be some conversations already started.
Well, I won't be surprised because we can see where Darren Sammy is trending. Rovman Powell, who did quite well for the West Indies as a captain at T20 level, has been relegated, and Shai Hope has taken over. And Darren Sammy has touted him as an inspirational, that is Shai Hope, that is as an inspirational leader. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see how it plays out.
So Brathwaite bowling a flighted delivery on the leg stump, looking to see if the batter Hamilton over is completed. 238 for 5. And as we suspect, Warwick has removed his cap, and he will be coming in from this media center end.
Yes, so an over of spin from the other end, which would help to speed up things a bit. The question is whether or not Brathwaite would bowl a second over in this spell from the far end. We'll have to wait and see. But 11 overs remaining in the day's play. So much food for thought regarding that West Indies captaincy, and we just have to wait and see how it plays out.
So we're in the dying stages of this first day of this final round match here at Warner Park, at day-night encounter. Barbados winning the toss and inserting the Leewards, 238 for 5 after 79 overs. Warwick has picked up 3 wickets, and he'll be continuing from this media center end. And then the Leewards presently scoring at just about 3.0 runs per over. So Warwick will be bowling around the wicket. They have this fielder straight at a short mid-on, just beyond the non-striker, just about 3/4 of the way down the strip from the non-striker Justin Graves. Then we have a fielder at a straightish mid wicket.
Ford is warming up, so it would not surprise me if he's brought on from the far end. Of course, Cumberbatch would have had an extended spell. Now he has been relieved from this end by Warwick, who had bowled the previous over from the southern end. So perhaps we might see Ford coming in the attack from that far end.
So Cumberbatch has been asked to come in from the long on area, coming about halfway. And it's stealing it off has been employed for Hamilton. So Warwick looking to put some pressure on Hamilton in the dying stages of this first day. And there is Hamilton backing away and playing it into the fielder as stealing it off was taking evasive action. Was short, and Hamilton onto the back foot and force it into the body of the fielder at stealing it off.
Pressure being put on Jonathan Drakes that time instead of Hamilton.
Just the 1-1 coming from the over of Warwick so far. He's in his 21st over. Hamilton will have to be careful. We saw previously a batsman was coming inside the wicket looking to turn into the onside. It was struck on the pad as Henry. So over is completed. Over number 40. Latest score 239 for 5 Leewards. So we have seen the standby umpire have brought out what appeared to be the new ball. So is it they are going to be taking the new ball, Smitten?
Quite possibly. I saw Ford warming up a little earlier on. And
so like Simmons
is being brought on from the far end. Ford is in the offside at cover, short cover. So some 80 overs completed, and they're taking the new ball immediately, as been signaled by Jackie Williams.
So the new ball has been taken after 80 overs. That is the requirement. After 80 overs, the captain can decide to take the new ball. It's not a must, but it's optional. And Captain Brathwaite has decided that he will take the new ball right on cue, right after the 88th over. So the first over with the new ball will be bowled by the opening bowler Simmons from that far end. And immediately went through the batsman Graves. A good delivery, came back in towards the right-hander and taken behind by the keeper.
Yes, a good delivery, and I think this is a good move by the Barbados team, opting to go for the new ball and probably looking to have 2 bites at the cherry. A few overs this evening and then come back tomorrow with a fairly new ball. And also, this being the evening, they would be hoping that this new ball do a little something and perhaps get a wicket for them, flash that.
And it's really doing something because touchdown and went and swung further away from the right-handed Graves, who was looking to play it into the offside, missed it, taken behind with the keeper. So we're seeing some movement both ways. Well, that one went through the arm, the left arm coming over the wicket, so the right-handed batsman just went across him, but the first delivery came back in towards the the right-handed Graves. So we have seen something happening with the first deliveries of the second new ball
Yes, it's
under the lights here at Warner Park.
yes, it certainly moved a long way. Of course, this is a pink ball.
This time Graves just to the measure of it, just pushed it back down on the onside. So we'll wait and see if the ball will continue to move around. Yes, it depends on the length that the bowler is bowling.
Ford continues to do his warm-up there at short cover.
.239 for 5, the Leewards being inserted by Barbados. Graves, who has been there for some time, has faced 122 deliveries. He's on 37. And time in the middle is important. This is a 4-day encounter, so there is no rush. It's not a 2020 format. You have all the to bat, and Graves has decided to spend some time in the middle, hoping that he can get some support from Jamal Hamilton. At least they'll be looking to bat out the remaining 9.2 overs to see the end of the first day's play. And a good delivery. So we have some 9 overs remaining after this, and Justin Graves will hope that both he and Jamal Hamilton will be able to survive until the end of the day's play. On the other hand, Barbados will looking to pick up another wicket or two, and certainly they'll be very satisfied with the way things have gone, because it's a good batting strip here at Warner Park, and after winning the toss and batting, they've been able to pick up 5 wickets and have restricted the Leeward's scoring somewhat. There was a period after the first break the Leeward was scoring in excess of 4 runs per over. Delivery in the air, played it down towards the fielder coming in off the boundary, who tried to take the catch. A chance of a run out as the return goes to the far end, but it was in the air. And there was Warwican coming in off the boundary, might have dropped just in front of him. And the batters went through for a single. It was wide. They was chasing after it. That's Graves went in the air and dropping just in front of Warwican coming off the boundary. He did well to keep it in front of him, and they were able to get a single.
Yes, so not a bad over by any means. In fact, a pretty good over there by Simmons with the second new ball. 240 for 5. It's been a good day's work for the Barbados team. Still some ways to go, another 9 overs, but I'm pretty certain they would be pleased with their day's work. And if they can pick up another wicket or 2 here, that would be some icing on the cake for Barbados.
So Ford, who would have gotten the early wicket in the Leeward's innings, would have gotten the wicket of Louis, and he has been entrusted with the responsibility with this second new ball, and he partnered Simmons with the first new ball. Delivery on the leg stump will get a single. So with that single, total has gone to 241 for 5. Louis made 2, Henry 27, Carty 55, Gore 22, and Joel Anjo, the last to be dismissed, he made 66. The last wicket went down with the scores on 212 in the 70th over. And these two have progressed to 241, to 29-1 partnership. And we're hoping to get a big partnership for the 6 wickets for the Leewards. 6 wicket for the Leewards. With a single to Jamal Hamilton, he has gone on to 12. Justin Graves, who has been there for some time, is on 39 from 125 deliveries. So the second new ball has been taken by Barbados, and Ford is bowling from this immediate center end. So you have 2 slips. There is a backward point on the boundary, cover, and the mid-off. So 3 deliveries have been delivered by Ford. This is his 12th over. And so Ford picked up the wickets in the first session. He bowled 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9 in the first session. And he didn't bowl between the first session and the second session. And now he's given the responsibility of bowling with Simmons in the second new ball, bowling from this media centre end. And Graves is facing up with a 39 from 27. 39 from 127 deliveries. So we're winding down here, and this is the first day's play here at Warner Park. Graves will get an easy single. With that single here, he will move on to 40. And the Leewards will progress to 243 for 5. We have some 19 extras. We have seen a couple of few no balls delivered by the Barbados bowlers. Cumberbatch would have delivered at least 3. We saw one from McAllister. So Barbados taking the new ball after 80 overs. Hamilton will get another easy single, and he was scoring just below 3 runs per over. And so the over is completed. Some 4 runs come from that over from 245 or 244 for 5 after 82 overs.
Yeah, so we're winding down. First day of this match. And of course, Barbados, at this point you could say that things are fairly evenly balanced at this point. Bearing in mind that, of course, that Barbados would have won the toss earlier to then inserted the Leewards. The Leewards, they would have lost wickets, but they have fought back. They have built partnership. It's not by any means a huge total with 5 wickets down, but if they could get through the day without losing a further wicket, then you could say that they too would have owned part of this day's play, and things at that point would be fairly evenly balanced.
So Simmons will bowl to Hamilton, chasing a wide delivery. Taken behind, but the keeper looking to play square the wicket. Kevin Wickham, he's at first slip. Kyle Mayers, second. Jonathan Jakes, he is in the gully. Then we have a cover and a mid-off. So it's Simmons bowling the second over. His second over with the second new ball, bowling from that far end. He has picked up none for 33 in his 10th over. So I'm sure Barbados will be hoping that the second new ball can bring some success. If they can pick up a wicket or 2, they certainly will be happy with the way first they would have gone there. Came into this round in 3rd position, Leeward in 4th. So Barbados will want to remain in 4th position.
You mean they would want Leeward to remain in
Barbados
4th position?
Would want to remain in 3rd position.
And they stay in 3rd.
Or maybe on the onside. Or maybe they will look to win outright against the Leewards and hope that they can get enough points to surpass TNT if the Guyanese team were to beat the Red Force.
Yes, of course, that's an option. Of course, there are bonus points up for grabs in these games. So they'll be hoping to do well and probably, depending on the result against Guyana, in the match Trinidad and Tobago against Guyana, probably catapult Trinidad and Tobago.
So a delivery just about the off stump and moving slightly away from the right-handed Hamilton. This time he allows it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. So 4 dot balls have been delivered so far in this over from Simmons bowling from the far end or the Lozak Road end.
But Gary, I don't see that really happening though, because just a look at the points table. When they came into this game, well, Barbados
He's on 100 and Trinidad is on 105.
105, so it's quite possible. He was on 92, so it's quite possible.
But with the bonus point system, that is kind of throw things off a bit, because you can lose the game but still end up with 8 points.
Definitely.
So Barbados would have to get 5 more points or 6 more points than the Red Force in this final round if they had to come second. Hamilton hustled through for the first one. Should be thinking about the second, but Captain Brathwaite is quickly around down to the short back of the square from mid-on. Over is completed, just the 1-1 coming from that over. Over number 83 has come to an end, 245 for 5, the Leewards.
7 overs to go, just about 5 minutes to 8. Can we get in these 7 overs with the medium pacers operating before 8:30? I suspect 8:30 is the cutoff point. We have to confirm that. The Barbados team moving around rather slowly. There's no hurry. Of course, when they leave here, they go to the hotel and rest. So no real urgency being shown out there. But of course,
so Ford will continue from this media center end. And Hamilton and Graves would want to prevent any further breakthrough by the Red Force, by the Barbados team. They have already gotten 5 wickets.
Hamilton has been fairly quiet, and one senses that he's looking to bat through the rest of the evening, not going for too many shots. Just another 6 overs left after this one.
So Hamilton probably playing for the end of the day's play. Looking solid in defense. He's on 14 from 41. Justin Graves is on 40 from 128.
6 overs in half an hour with the medium pacers in action. They should be able to get through those.
Slower delivery from Ford, but Hamilton is not going to be tempted. Let's push it down to the offside. 245 for 5, scoring at just 2.91 per over. So for Ford, you just have the 1 slip. For Simmons bowling from the far end, there were 2 slips. Another slower delivery. This time he gets a single. That's Hamilton. So with a single, total has gone to 246. We're in the dying stages of this first day's play. And the players were just looking to make it through the end of the day's play so they can go and relax and come back again tomorrow and continue the hard work for the team. And Dave Graves going for drive outside the off stumper. Another slower delivery, missed it. Taken behind by the keeper.
Shot looked good, but the only thing wrong there is that he missed it totally.
Seemed that there was a little bit of shape away from the right hander as well, and he missed it and taken by the keeper.
It's rather stylishly played, but he played the E in that time, Graves. Lucky not to have gotten an edge.
Final delivery of this over number 84. Partnership 34 runs. So Ford has brought up another tight over. Just the 1 run coming from the over, 246 for 5 after 84 overs, and the Leewards will be hoping to make it through to the end of the day's play without any further loss.
Yes, and one can sense that the way Hamilton and Graves are batting, they're playing for the end of the day's play. Another 6 overs left. We have just about half an hour or so to go, so before the cut-off time. So we should get through these 6 overs.
You think Captain Buffett would want to give Kyle Mayers a couple overs before the end of the day's play? Because he has the tendency to get the ball to seam around as well. That might be an option to get a breakthrough if they are thinking about getting another wicket before the end of the day's play.
It might be an option. We have seen him move it around here. I remember he had a spell here in CPL where he picked up some early wickets. And he really moved the ball around that time. So that's a possibility. He's stretching that second slip, so who knows? That might just happen.
So there are 2 slips. Kyle Mayers, that's second, doing some stretches. So maybe he has been given the indication by his captain that he'll be bowling the next over from this immediate center end. And that would be a good move because he can get the ball to move around, and with this new ball under the lights, might get some movements. Simmons with the second new ball bowling from the far end has been bowling a better line and length. He has been getting a little bit of movement as well, and he has been able to keep things tight with the second new ball bowling from the far end.
Of course, he's a left armer. Coming over the wicket to the right-handed batsman, and certainly getting a bit of movement and a bit of carry also. He has bowled with a bit of pace also.
This one a bit too wide, going further away from the right-hander Hamilton. The keeper taking it at the feet of first slip Wickham, who is jumping out of the way. So for Simmons bowling from that far end, they have 3 slips. So instead of the gully, Jonathan Jakes has gone into the third slip area. There is a point, cover point on the boundary, an extra cover and a mid-off. Hamilton will get an easy single into the onside, so with that single, total has gone on to 247. And Hamilton has gone on to 16. Justin Graves is on 40. But certainly want to go in and come back tomorrow and continue batting for the Leewards. And with the setup in regional cricket, you can play for a different team outside of your territory. Graves is from Barbados. And a short of catch it from a delivery was played into the offside down to deep cover. We also have O'Shane Thomas out of Jamaica playing for the Leewards. So we have had players from the different parts of the Caribbean playing for the Leewards, and we also had Bonner at one time playing for the Leewards. So players move around, but we don't see the happening the other way around. The Leewards players playing around, and knowing in the CPL you have Hayden Walsh would have played a couple of matches for Barbados, but in terms of the regional 4-day competition, they do not have Leewards players playing for other territories. But as the over has come to an end, over number 85, 248 for 5 Leewards.
Yes, there's been that school of thought, and I know there are some that would have had a lot to say on that. As you rightly said, we have had Bonner in the past. Of course, there's Graves here.
Django would have played.
Django would have played for the Leewards, and you hardly find
Actually,
that.
Ned would have played some cricket for Leeward as well at one point in time, I think.
Yes, and you do not find that happening regularly with the other teams, and one wonders the reason why. One of the shortcomings of cricket in the Leeward Islands, though, is that we are not playing enough organized cricket in the Leewards. Even in some of the islands, cricket is not being played, and that poses a challenge. Once ago we had the Leeward Islands tournament, and nice shot here though, but well stopped.
Good bit of fielding by Komavach. Was driven by Graves. Good bit of fielding by the medium pacer after bowling a long spell. Diving away to his left and prevented what could have been 4 if it had gone past him.
So you find not much of our players are being exposed and given the opportunity to take a step up. Lots of talent around still, but it's just that players are not, even in the individual Leeward Island territories, in some of them, no cricket is being played. You hardly of cricket being played in Anguilla, for example, Montserrat. Here in St. Kitts, they do not play much cricket either. And so, I guess there are a number of factors why this is happening.
So is it the case where the players are coming in because to strengthen the Leeward's team because our cricket is not as strong as it used to be?
Well, that could be a case. It's not that we can't find players, but what I'm saying, you have to expose your players. You have to put them on show. In the other islands, they play a lot of cricket. Cricket is well organized in Trinidad and Tobago, for example, Barbados. And they see a lot of their players are exposed. But our players here are not exposed. I mean, when last we had a player from Montserrat, for example, on the Leeward Islands team. Anguilla, for example. Months ago, we had the LI tournament, and a number of these players were making their mark.
So a short delivery, and Hamilton will pick up 2 runs as it goes down towards the deep cover. They're actually going to come back for the 3rd run, as the fielder had some running to do down towards the deep cover area. 3 runs to Hamilton, and we do 3 runs, the 250 for the Leewards coming up. So 252 it is for 5.
And then, Gary, of course, even looking at the Leeward Islands team, you'll find most of these players are coming out of Antigua, for example.
Yeah, Antigua plays a lot of cricket. They have the one-day cricket, they have the 2-day competition as well. You mentioned that I have not seen players from Montserrat playing for Leeward. I think Joshua Grant would have played some cricket this year. But they have not played a lot of cricket in Montserrat though. But he has played for the Leewards this year.
Yeah, he would have played in the first match, but after some of the top players came back, he was left out. But essentially, though, if you go back over the years, you would find that there are the players from Montserrat and Anguilla, for example. St. Martin plays a lot of cricket, and you're getting players out of St. Martin coming into the Leeward Islands team. There's Durham, there's Casey Carty, there's Landerford. Hamilton has been around for a while. He's from Anguilla, of course, but he has been around for quite some time, quite a number of years, playing cricket in the Leeward. So he's a known quantity. But, one of the issues facing Leeward Islands cricket is that We do not really have any organized cricket in the region. And that could have accounted for, you know, we going outside, getting extra players. But it's not something that sits too well with some people. You know, I've heard various comments from people in and around St. Kitts, for example, about our players not getting the opportunity with other teams, whereas, you know, other teams are sending players are coming to the Leeward Islands franchise.
Yes, so that will always be an ongoing discussion. There's a change of bowling at the far end. McAllister has replaced Simmons from that far end. And he'll be bowling to Hamilton. Hamilton is a 19. So we have players coming to the Leewards. I know a question mark has been, some questions have been asked about O'Shane Thomas. When O'Shane Thomas initially came on the scene, he was a bowler who was touted to be the next hottest fast bowler for the West Indies, but he has not progressed as some of us would have hoped that he would have progressed. But yet still, the West Indies and Leeward still seem to be interested in O'Shane Thomas, and he has not been progressing as he should. I think his fitness has been something that has been of a challenge to him.
What I've seen for him in the last couple of matches, I don't think he really has a fitness issue, but I don't think he has bowled as well as he would have liked, or as well as the Leewards would have liked. In fact, the bowling for the Leeward Islands has left a lot to be desired. We have Hayden Walsh Jr., who has been dropped a couple of times, started as the vice captain for the Leeward Islands this year, and was left out. He came back for the last game, left out of this game.
And that's what I don't understand about cricket, because no ball has been signaled by the umpire Williams at the far end, so McAllister overstepping the front crease, so another extra will be added. In years gone by, if you're playing for a team and you're dropped, most times you're out for the season, but players have been dropped and they're coming back in before the season is completed.
That is so. And maybe that speaks to the fact that...
So were they dropped, or they were just rested?
Dropped.
But the fact that they're coming back into the team means that...
It speaks to the fact that there are limited resources in the Leeward Islands. Durham has come back into the team, but Durham bowled here against Trinidad and Tobago, and he bowled poorly.
Yes, both himself and Hayden Walsh Jr.
They bowled poorly, but he's back in the team. So I think that speaks to the fact that there are limited resources in the Leeward Islands, and you know, unless they start to play more cricket in the Leeward Islands, and when I say in the Leeward Islands, I'm speaking among the various territories where you could have more talent and show, then you know it would be very difficult to find the necessary replacement for some of the players.
So another short delivery by McAllister. So we're over number 87. So 3 overs remaining after this, so 15 minutes past 8 o'clock. So you should be able to get in your 3 overs within the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, most definitely. And the thing is, Gary, the more you play, even at Leeward Islands level, we know what the standard was like in years gone by. And once you play at Leeward Islands level, you had that exposure, you get better and better. This is not happening.
Another short delivery, punch into the offside by Hamilton for 4. It was short and wide, and he punched it down towards the boundary for 4 runs.
On the cards, he was digging it in short. Hamilton would have left a couple, he would have missed a couple. But this was the right length and the right height. And he took full advantage and played it to the offside for 4.
So the discussions about West Indies and more specifically Leeward's cricket will continue, but year after year we keep saying the same thing, and year after year the same things keep happening. The persons who are responsible for
Can only talk, Gary.
cricket in Leewards seem not to be interested in ensuring that we have proper organized cricket. We are always hearing the fact that it's expensive to host tournaments, but sometimes you're doing other things that goes contrary to what you're saying.
Most definitely.
So over number 87 has come to an end, 257 for 5. There's 3 overs remaining in the day's play. So Kyle Mayers has the ball with him, so he'll be bowling from the immediate center end. So Mayers will have a possibility of bowling 2 overs in the day's play, for the rest of the day's play.
Yes, and as expected, given a trundle before the end of the day's play. But ironically, Gary, lots of cricket are being played in the Caribbean now. Practically every week you have some cricket match being played in St. Kitts, but not on a local basis. Lots of cricket being played in St. Kitts, but yet we find hardly any cricket being played here locally.
And then when cricket is being played, is mainly the shorter format. You see now lots of 20 games, 10 in Nevis. We have lots of cricket, but it's mainly the shorter format. And the association is now doing, I think they have the 40 over matches which have been played. They had some 20 matches before, but we are not seeing the 2-day matches. I think that the president would have indicated maybe later in the year you might see some 2-day matches. But the youngsters who are coming up now in Nevis, I'm sure most of them have not played a 2-day game in a long time.
Yes, and it's necessary.
And if you want to develop your regional competition to play 4-day matches, you have to start by playing at least the 2-day matches.
Best short version players are those who are good at the longer version.
So a punch into the offside, and he will get 4 runs. That's Justin Graves. Just punch it off the back foot. Another boundary. And with that boundary, total has gone on to 261. Too short and punch for 4.
Yes, and Justin Graves has crept up to 46. Hamilton is on 23. And we are coming towards the end of the day's play. Another 2 overs after this. And these two would be looking to hold out. The score is now 261 for 5. The Leewards. So regaining some control in the Leeward Islands. But the argument goes on and on. The talk goes on and on. And a lot has been said. You know, Gary, you would be aware that I do a talk show on ZIZ. And many times some of the callers they lament the fact that we hardly get cricket here in St. Kitts.
I mean local cricket?
Local cricket, that is, sorry, local cricket. And, well, I would have said earlier on that lots of cricket are being played in St. Kitts and more of a regional, international level. For example, we had 3 4-day matches here this year. We had the West Indies female tournament being held here, the 50 over version. And then next month, the Cool and Smooth tournament would be held in St. Kitts. And the following month, we do have the West Indies Under 19 tournament being held in St. Kitts also. That should probably go for about a month. And then in July, Australia would be coming to these shows. So,
so lots of cricket to be played in St. Kitts, but not the local cricket. That is, you want to see a lot more of the local cricket being played. So over number 88 has come to an end. So 2 overs remaining in the day's play, 261 for 5. I think the Leewards will be satisfied with the way the day has gone for them.
Yes, especially if they do not lose another wicket at this point. and at one point struggling, but they have really fought back. Barbados has done well too to restrict them to 261 at the stage with another 2 overs to go. And what the Leewards would like at this point is to bat these 2 overs out without any further loss. And then probably you could say that the day could be shared equally. But if Barbados pick up a wicket or 2, different story.
So not a single to the total with the penultimate over of the first day's play, being bowled by McAllister from the far end. He's in his 8th over, none for 22. So the partnership, the 50th partnership with that single from 113 deliveries. So a good partnership for the 5th wicket. So we've seen 3 good partnerships in excess of 50 in the innings so far. But we will want to have a partnership that extend beyond, way beyond that. That could put the Leewards into a good position. Goes too quickly for the single. Brassett is a bit slow around to his right. Flicks it underarm. Misses the stump. A single to the total.
Well, judge single there by these 2. And another thing, Gary, perhaps per capita, you could say St. Kitts has the most playing grounds in the region. Practically every village you're going to in St. Kitts, there's a ground where you can play cricket.
And they will pick up 2 runs. So yes, you have, I think it's number of grounds that would have hosted first-class matches. You have right here Warner Park, you have Connery, you have Molyneux, Keon, St. Paul is now hosting matches, and Sandy Point has a field that I'm sure if some efforts or some resources is spent there, that they can host regional matches or even...
Well, facilities, but Sandy Point has one of the best cricket grounds in St. Kitts. It's big.
The biggest ground, a big ground as well.
Great potential for development, but the infrastructure is very poor there in Sandy Point, and that needs some work to be done on it. Of course, they have the best groundsman in St. Kitts, Steady Douglas, and some people mightn't like to hear me say that, but he's certainly the best groundsman in St. Kitts. He'll tell you he's the best in the region. But he's a very good groundsman. And he would have had some training. I think he would have gone after St. Lucia for training.
So we are coming down to the end of the first day's play in the second to last over. And McAllister continues to bowl short, another short delivery. So 1 delivery remaining in over number 89. And then we'll have the final over coming up. Just about 22 minutes past 8 o'clock. So this is a day night encounter, started at 1 o'clock today. And it will end just about 8:30, or just a little bit after 8:30. McAllister bowling the final delivery of his 8 over bowling from that far end at none for 25. And Hamilton is hustling to for the first one and will come around, and good stop by Warwickon with the boot, so 2 more to the total. He was hustling to for the first one, but Warwickon, after bowling that long spell between the first and second session, has been able to make a good stop. 2 runs to the total to bring up the end of over number 89. 267 for 5. 1 over remaining in the first day's play.
Well, I make it just about 8:24 thereabout. I mean, you were saying just after 8:30, and I think they would finish that final over by 8:30. And Mayers, as predicted, would bowl a second over. But the Leeward Islands would be hoping to bat this one out and go into tomorrow's play, get a good night's rest, and come back tomorrow. We know Graves is the type of batsman capable of getting a big score. There he does this smart thing. Pushes one into the offside and
Turn the strike over to Hamilton.
Turn it over to Hamilton. And if Hamilton is smart enough, he'll return the favour.
Well, this is a good time to rotate the strike around. So I don't want to face the final delivery, so I get a single and you face the remaining 4 deliveries.
So let's see what would happen.
So with a single, Graves has gone on to 48. So maybe Hamilton can get a single and give him a chance to get a 50 before the end of the day's play.
Oh, well, here we go.
2 wide outside the off thumb, and he just guided into the offside for another single. 269. 4 deliveries remaining in over number 90.
And quite quietly, Hamilton has moved on to 28. And these two, the partnership has moved on to 57. So Leeward Islands really fighting back.
So Graves is on 48. Just pushes down to cover. No chance of a run. He's on 48. 3 deliveries remaining. I'm sure he's more concerned about preserving his wicket and coming back tomorrow. You have all of tomorrow to make the 50 or more than 150.
I'm pretty certain you'd be thinking more in terms of 100 as opposed to 50.
So we want to battle out the remaining 3 deliveries. Wide outside the off stump. Teaser. Maybe Myers was hoping that he might have gone after it. But Justin Greaves just wanted to go through to be taken by the keeper. 269. 2 deliveries remaining in over 90. Over number 90. And that should be the last 2 deliveries of this, the first day's play after the Barbados team won the toss and inserted the Leewards. And the Leewards lost 5 wickets, so 269 runs. So Graves will not get a single, so he'll have to wait another delivery if he's to get up to the half century. 1 delivery remaining in this, the first day's play.
Hamilton has peeled off the gloves.
1 delivery remaining to complete 90 overs. The fact that Hamilton has taken off his glove and his helmet is indication that this will be the final delivery unless he transgresses. And he's clipping it into the onside. A commentary for the first one, thinking about the second, but they will not get it. Single to bring up the end of the over. End of the 90th over. The first day's play has come to an end here at Warner Park. Leewards inserted by the Barbados team after winning the toss. They ended on 270 for 5. The not-out batsman Jamal Hamilton on 28 and Justin Graves on 49. A good partnership for the 6th wicket smitten, and the Leewards ending on 270 for 5.
And what that has done for Justin Graves, picking up the single of the last over of the day's play, it puts him on strike immediately tomorrow morning and gives him the opportunity to get to a first milestone to get his half century. But I would say that at the end of today's play, Leewards, they have edged slightly ahead of Barbados on the first day. 270 for 5 with some batting left. Not a bad position to be in after being inserted.
Right, so we tell you first day's play has come to an end here at Warner Park. Leewards inserted by Barbados, ending on 270 for 5. Thanks for joining us today, and we will resume tomorrow about 1 p.m. for the second day's play.